Testing YouTube live broadcast, testing 1, 2.
Right.
Chair Sisk, let me know when you're ready to get started.
I'm ready. We're all here.
Just a moment. All right, go ahead.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Today is December 6th. It is the Assessed Tax Assessment Appeals Board number 2. Brennan, will you take roll call?
Board Member Ferris.
Present.
Board Member Little.
Present.
Board Member Sisk.
I'm present.
Thank you.
All right. I guess now is when we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice
for all.
Okay, thank you. Oh boy, my screen is something weird. Okay. We'll hold off on the oath until we decide who's going to be presenting. Do you want to go through the agenda review?
Yes, item 5, agenda review. The clerk of the board requests agenda review by the Assessment Appeals Board. The agenda review consists of the following agenda items. And for the members of the public listening today, you should not hear your name called at this time. These are cases that we are dismissing without attendance at the board. First, we have item number 8, application number 19-11038 for Sarkis Gregorian. Continue to January 10th, 2022, pending receipt of an original stipulation. Item numbers 18 through 24 Applications 210806 through 210808, leaving 210810, and applications are 210812 through 210814 for Baxalta USA Incorporated. Those cases are going to be removed from the agenda due to submission of a withdrawal. And then item number 210818 as part of that group for Baxalta USA Incorporated will be continued to January 10th, 2022, pending receipt of an original stipulation. Then item numbers 53 through 54. Application numbers 211254 and 211255 for Westlake Owner LLC continue to January 10th, 2022, pending receipt of an original stipulation. Item number 57. Application number 211372 for applicant Treya Allure Camarillo LLC. We're going to continue that to January 10th, 2022, pending receipt of an original stipulation. Item number 64, application number 211490 for applicant Loma Vista Investment LLC. We're going to continue that to January 10th, 2022, pending receipt of an original stipulation. Item number 65 through 67, application number 211493 through 211495 for applicant RIF Investments 3 LLC. That'll be removed from the agenda due to submission of a withdrawal. Item number 68 through 83, application numbers 211517 through 211532 for applicant MRT Services Company. Those will be continued to January 10th, 2022, pending receipt of an original stipulation. And item 88, application number 211602 for Masood and Farad Dental Group, continued to January 10th, 2022, pending receipt of an original stipulation. That completes the agenda review. Recommend actions that your board approve.
Second.
We have a motion by board member Sisk, a second by board member Little. I will call the vote. Board member Ferris. Board member Ferris, are you there?
I was muted, yes.
Thank you. Board member Little.
Aye.
Board member Sisk.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the agenda review. Are there any public comments at the moment?
If you're a member of the public on Zoom for an item not on today's agenda and wish to address the board, please press the raise hand button now, or if participating by telephone, please press star, then 9 to raise your hand. Chair Sisk, we are not seeing any requests for general public comment.
Okay, thank you. Or do we have any comments from the board?
None.
None.
Okay, thank you. All right. Now we will run through all of our agenda items and identify who's ready to move forward, who's not. And those ready to move forward, we'll get back to you after we run through the whole docket. Okay, first item, application 20-10681, Royal Wine Corp.
Yes, we have Joshua Gangloff of Property Tax Assistance on the line. Mr. Gangloff, are you there?
Hello, yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, are you prepared to move forward today?
Yes, we are.
Okay, and about how long will your presentation take?
I would think probably about an hour, hour and a half, probably.
Okay, and to the assessor's office, are you prepared to move forward today?
Yes, we're prepared. Our presentation's about 25 to 30 minutes.
Okay,
And I do have noted, Mr. Gangloff, that you are not requesting findings of fact. Is the assessor's office requesting written findings of fact in this matter?
Yes, please.
All right.
okay, so we will trail this to the end. I'm not sure if we'll hear this one first or after this, the other set. We'll see.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Gangloff. Please stand by.
Thank you. And next application 20-10769, DP Lori Lane TO Investors.
We have Tanner Brawl on Zoom for this item. Mr. Brawl, you should be able to unmute.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Are you prepared to move forward today?
We are not.
Okay. To the assessor's office, are you prepared to move forward today?
No, the assessor is not prepared to move forward. We're still looking for some data for this case, and so we would ask that the board add a proviso that the data be provided within 30 days of today.
Okay. Do we have an option for court? Do we have a preference for a court date?
I've put the dates on the screen. We are currently offering January 10th or January 24th, 2022. Mr. Brawl, did you have a preference?
The 24th would be preferable, as I'm going to be on paternity leave, so I'll be back by that time.
Yeah, I think the 24th is preferable too, to give time for the data to be provided. If it could be provided a minimum of 30 days prior to that hearing date, that would be ideal.
Okay. Looking for a motion to postpone to January 24th with proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days.
Within 30 days prior to the hearing, correct?
Yes, which is in about 2 weeks.
Yeah. So moved.
Second,
Thank you.
All right, for the vote, Board Member Ferris,
yes.
Board Member Little,
Aye.
Board Member Sisk.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, and then we have several items for Mr. Brawl, which include the next item, number 11.
Okay. Application 20-10773, Ventura Retail V LLC.
Mr. Brawl?
The same as the last application that we discussed. We're not ready to move forward today. We'd be requesting a postponement to a future date.
Okay, so we're looking for the same date, and to the assessor's office, do you require data as well?
Yes, same story as the last case here too.
Okay. Looking for a motion to postpone to January 24th with proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days.
So moved.
Second,
All right, for the vote, Board Member Ferris,
yes.
Board Member Little,
Aye.
Board Member Sisk.
Yes.
Thank you. And we also have items 14 through 17 for Mr. Brawl.
Okay, we'll just skip ahead then. Application 20-10796 through 20-10799, Ventura Riviera Rish et al.
Mr. Brawl, go ahead.
Yeah, this would be the same as the last ones. Board members were requesting a postponement as well to January 24th, and if the assessor's office needs information, we'd be able to provide that 30 days prior.
We do.
Agreed. Okay. All right. Looking for a motion to postpone to January 24th with the proviso that any data required by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days.
So moved.
Second,
Thank you.
For the vote, Board Member Ferris,
yes.
Board Member Little,
Aye.
Board Member Sisk.
Yes.
Thank you. And Mr. Brawl, I don't believe we have any other cases for you on the agenda. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Thank you for your time today. Have a good day.
Thank you. Okay, back up to item 12. Application 20-10782, Bimbo Bakeries USA Incorporated.
We have Naveed Sharif on Zoom from Ryan LLC.
Everybody, good morning.
Good morning. Are you prepared to move forward today?
We wanted to request a continuance on this one. There's a open audit for this account, and we wanted to settle the audit information first before finalizing any appeal issues.
Okay. To the assessor's office, any comments?
What he said was true.
Okay. Do you guys have a date in mind?
I don't know when the audit's going to be complete, so
Okay.
I can't give you an exact date. He has to wait for, I believe, their escaped assessments, which will probably appeal those. So I'm not sure.
I think
What
it might be
happens?
prudent if we could go out a little bit further than January 4th. It is very unlikely that all of those actions would take place prior to January 24th and give them time to appeal the escapes.
I agree.
Let me see what other dates we have. Give me just a moment. So assessor, any ballpark on completion? Is it 2 months, 3 months? Do we know?
I don't know at this time.
It's handled by a different team in our office, so the timeline's really out of our hands. I would anticipate several months for the audit to be complete, and then the notices to be issued, and then the new appeals processed by the clerk. So I would suggest 4 or more months.
How about March 7th? And then we can check in at that time with the board. Does that sound like enough time?
That sounds good. If it's not complete, then we can always check in and push it out a little further.
All right. Mr. Sharif, is that all right with you? March
Yes.
7th?
Yes.
All right. All right, board members. So the request is to continue to March 7th, 2022.
So moved.
Second?
Okay, thank you.
For the vote, board member Ferris,
Yes.
board member Little,
Aye.
board member Sisk.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Mr. Sharif. You're all set.
Okay, next application 20-10791, Well Tower Prop Co. Group Inc. LLC.
Yes, we have, looks like Christopher Tobias on Zoom for this item.
Hi, this is Chris Tobias for the taxpayer. We also have Dan Tobias for the taxpayer.
I do not see his name listed here on Zoom.
Yeah, we're both together.
Oh, okay. Got it. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
All right, are you prepared to move forward today?
Actually, the assessor's office and our office have an ongoing dispute regarding the information that they've requested. And so we actually have a presentation and report to submit regarding our issues and the context of what's already been provided that we want to go over.
And about how long will your presentation take?
Well, it depends. It depends on whether you take our report and exhibits under submission to review in detail. If you'd like us to review it during the hearing. There's a lot of detail to it, a lot of issues that we'd like to be considered. So that'll be up to you.
Okay. And then to the assessor's office, any comments?
Well, we agree that there is a dispute. The assessor has requested documentation that we would typically request from all similarly situated taxpayers regarding the valuation of their subject property. The applicant doesn't want to provide it. So we do also have some documentation to share with the board. It seems as though the applicant would like the board to rule on whether the assessor's office has the authority to request the documentation that's being requested. So with that in mind, we can certainly go through those issues with the board and discuss the items that we're requesting.
Okay. About how long do you think your presentation will take?
Probably 15 or 20 minutes.
Okay. We will trail this to the end of our roll call here. We might visit the other two cases first once we get there.
Yeah, and ours probably, if we had to go over it in detail, ours would probably take about an hour maybe.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, yeah, Chair Sis, based on what I've reviewed, I would estimate an hour and a half to 2.5 hours for this discussion.
Okay.
And Mr. Tobias, I know you had emailed last week indicating you may be requesting findings of fact. Are you still requesting findings of fact for today's discussion?
It was our understanding that findings of facts will only be required at the end of any hearing if the hearing is concluded. So not necessarily for today's hearing, but just upon the conclusion of this appeal. But yes, we're still requesting findings of facts, and the taxpayer is in the process of sending the check.
All right, I guess I should clarify because this today we will just be having a hearing on the discussion of the information. So do you want that included in findings of fact or only a discussion on valuation at a future date?
We would like today's discussion included in the findings of facts.
Okay, yeah, so it will be separate findings of facts. There will be a findings of fact, $150 for today's hearing, and then a separate findings of fact for the valuation hearing should that become necessary at a later date. So has payment of $150 been mailed to our office?
As of last week, I requested the check to be mailed. and
Okay.
it would be in process.
Okay. We will ensure that is received. Thank you. All right, Chair Sis, that's it for this item for now.
Okay. All right, on to the next item, application 20-10984, Mark Richards.
We have Logan Barrett for this item. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, this is Logan Baird on behalf of Property Tax Advisors.
Good morning. Are you prepared to move forward today?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and about how long will your presentation take?
Approximately 20 minutes.
Okay, and to the assessor's office.
The assessor is not prepared to move forward on this case. We're still looking for some information from the taxpayer on this. So we would request that this be continued with a proviso that the requested information be provided if we go out to the 24th of January, a minimum of 30 days prior to the hearing.
Okay. Mr. Baird, is that okay with you?
Yes, it is.
Okay. We're looking for a motion to postpone to January 24th with the proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you.
All right, for the vote, Board Member Ferris,
Yes.
Board Member Little,
Aye.
Board Member Sisk.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Next item, application 20-1104 and 20-11008. ROIC Park Oaks LLC.
This is a request for approval of a large reduction stipulation agreement. I believe Chelsea Adams is going to be on Zoom, but I don't see her. This is was emailed to your board last week for consideration. In the event you had any questions regarding it, if you do not have any questions, the recommended action is to approve the large reduction stipulation.
Okay. Does the board have any questions?
No. Received via email.
Me too. Me too. Okay. Looking for a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you.
All right, for the vote, Board Member Ferris,
Yes.
Board Member Little,
Aye.
Board Member Sisk.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Next application, 20-11062 and 20-11063. Barry and Sue Ellen Bakelor.
We have Michael Schaff on Zoom for this item. There you go. You're unmuted.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Are you prepared to move forward today?
No, we've talked to the assessor and they've asked for more information and we're glad to give it to them, but we do need some time to do that. It's a new appraiser. She and I were talking several days last week, but she's new to the case. So if we could have a continuance for that purpose, it'll be well served.
Okay. And to the assessor's office, any comments?
That sounds like a good summary of where we're at on this one.
Okay.
We did receive some late data. We assigned a new appraiser to the case and we're still looking for more data. So if we could have a proviso added, that would be great.
And do we want to do the January 24th to give a little more time?
Please.
Okay. Looking for a motion to postpone to January 24th with the proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you.
And Mr. Schaff, is January 24th okay with you?
Yeah, and that means we should be submitting the requested information, which is very good detail, by December 24th, or of course a day or two before, if I understand correctly.
Correct.
Okay, that's fine. Great.
Thank you. All right, for the vote, Board Member Ferris,
Yes.
Board Member Little,
Aye.
Board Member Sisk.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next item, application 20-1066 and 11067, Lineage Logistics LLC.
We have Jessica Coe of Ernst & Young on Zoom for this item.
Good morning. Are you prepared to move forward today?
Hi, good morning. Actually, no, we would like to request a continuance as the initial agent working on this appeal from EY is no longer with the firm. The additional time would just allow me to review the status and continue discussions with the assessor's office.
Okay. And to the assessor's office, any comments?
We have no objection to the request.
Okay.
And Ms. Coe, I see you're on the phone, so you can't see our screen here. The options we put up on the screen are January 10th or January 24th, 2022. Did you have a preference between those two dates? Sorry, just a second. Testing 1, 2. All right. Sorry about that, board members. We had lost our public broadcast momentarily, so I got that back up and running. All right. So we were at items 32 through 34.
Yes. Okay, application 20-11108 and 20-11110.
No confirmation of appearance was received for this cases, but it does look like we have Mr. Chris Koenig on Zoom for this item. If you could please unmute yourself.
Yeah, I'm here. Thanks, guys. Good morning.
Good morning. Are you prepared to move forward today?
I am not. I would like to request a postponement for these. Let's see, I'm pulling the applications 20-11108 through 20-11110. And then we have the other items, but I think that's a different agenda item. So I would like to request that these get postponed to the February 8th hearing, which is when the 2019 appeals are scheduled for these same properties.
Okay. And to the assessor's office, any comments?
Only that we would request the data be provided within 30 days of today.
Okay.
That's fine.
Looking for a motion to postpone to February 8th with a proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days.
Before the board moves, I need to verify. I do not think we have a hearing that day. Give me just a moment to verify the accurate date that these are scheduled.
Okay.
I'm pulling up that computer systems.
Hi, Brendan. Joe with the assessor's office. I don't know if this helps, but I'm showing that the 2019 appeals have been continued till in-person hearings resume. So
yeah, I got that up as well. So Mr. Koenig, we show no hearing is set on the 2019 cases because you're requesting an in-person hearing on those.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So are you still requesting an in-person hearing?
I mean, at this
like
point, I think
Zoom?
we're going to be by Zoom for a while, so we might as well get it scheduled for Zoom is fine.
Okay, so, and that includes the 2019s.
Yeah, so I don't know if we want to, for just these items, we could just push it out we could, I guess, could we get it scheduled for February and then I could put a request to have the 19 rescheduled for Zoom?
Yes, I think that works. Assessor, are you okay with going in person on 2019 and 2020 to February for this property?
No, I'm saying.
Zoom. Sorry, I got my Zoom in February.
Yeah, as long as we get the data that we need, that should not be a problem.
Okay, so that would be, I can do February 14th. Is that all right with everybody?
It's fine.
I love it.
It'll be Valentine's Day, I think. All right. Okay, board members, so the request is to continue these cases to February 14th, 2022 with the proviso that requested data be provided to the assessor in the next 30 days. And I will work with Mr. Koenig separately on scheduling the hearing on the component cases.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you.
I apologize, I got distracted. Was that moved by board member Little or Ferris?
Yes, Little.
All right, thank you. All right, for the vote, board member Ferris.
Yes.
Board member Little.
Aye.
Board member Sisk.
Yes.
Thank you. And then the next items are also from Mr. Koenig, and I believe it's the same situation.
Correct.
So same date, same data proviso?
Same date, same date, data. Yep.
Okay, looking for a motion to postpone to February 14th with the proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days.
So moved.
Second.
Just a moment. All right, for the vote, board member Ferris.
Yes.
Board member Little.
Aye.
Board member Sisk.
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Koenig, you're all set. If you could just shoot me an email over to let me know that you're changing your request for the 2019s to be for Zoom, so we have a document in the record, and then I will go ahead and get out and notice a hearing on those cases as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Are we ready? Next
Yes.
application. Okay, 20-11157 and 20-111163 LSR Limited Partnership.
I don't believe anyone is on Zoom for this item. If you are, please press the raise hand button, or if participating by telephone, please press star, then 9 to raise your hand, star, then 9. And I'm not seeing anybody. This was continued from your October hearing. I did try to make several phone calls and emails to the applicant last week and received no response. And so that's the information I have. I don't know if the assessor has some additional information on this.
No additional information. We were still looking for data on this case. So if they're not here, it seems like they would be denied for lack of appearance.
All right, Chair Sisk, I'd recommend denial due to lack of appearance.
Okay, I so move.
Second.
Thank you.
All right, for the vote, board member Ferris.
Yes.
Board member Little.
Aye.
Board member Sisk.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, next application, 20-11182, Dr. Legal SPE LLC.
We have Joe Finandaka of Paramount Property Tax on the line.
Yes, we would like to request a postponement. Our client sold the property a while back within this year. So getting information from the current owner has been slow coming. So we need to get that information over to the assessor's office. So we request a postponement.
Okay, and to the assessor's office, any comments?
The assessor is still looking for some data. It sounds like the applicant is working on it. We would request a proviso that the data be provided 30 days prior if we move out to the January 24th date.
Okay, looking for a motion to postpone to January 24th with the proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days.
Mr. Fernandaga, is January 24th all right with you?
Yes, sorry.
It should be, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So moved.
Second?
Thank you.
For the vote, Board Member Ferris,
Yes.
Board Member Little,
Aye.
Board Member Sisk.
Yes.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Next application 20-11208, Kanan Oliver.
Yes, we have Mr. Oliver and Mrs. Oliver on Zoom for this item. And this was originally continued pending receipt of the original stipulation from your October 4th hearing. There were some miscalculations on that stipulation, which required it be rejected by our office and returned to the assessor's office. And so I believe Mr. Oliver has not accepted the corrected stipulation at this time, unless that's changed in the last few minutes. So I'll turn it over to check in with Mr. Oliver.
Yeah, I'm here. I just was seeking clarification. I understand this is the incorrect platform for that clarification, but I am ready to pretty much accept the amended stipulation at this time.
Okay. So I would just, because we don't have a signed agreement in hand at this time, we can't continue pending receipt of original stipulation, but we could just continue out to the next hearing to allow time for that paperwork to be submitted, pending any comments from the assessor's office.
And then that'll give the applicant time to speak with the assessor's office if he does have any questions. Is that correct?
Correct. Ms. Hill, is that sound right with you? Continue out to January and then he'll submit the stipulation to you?
Yes, that sounds great. And if there's any further questions about the stipulation, I know it's a little bit confusing when it's a prospective base year value, as this one is. Mr. Courier is out of the office today and tomorrow, but he'll be back in on Wednesday and can assist the taxpayer with any questions he might have about that stipulation paperwork then.
Thank you.
Okay. So we want to postpone it to, do you want to do the January 10th or the 24th?
I'd recommend January 10th and we should have the stipulation in by then.
Yeah. And we have the data proviso?
No proviso necessary.
proviso.
We've come to an agreement on value. We're just
Okay.
trying to make sure we both understand the stipulation.
Okay, great. Looking for a motion to postpone to January 10th.
So moved.
Second?
Thank you.
For the vote, Board Member Ferris,
Yes.
Board Member Little,
Aye.
Board Member Sisk.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you,
Yes.
everybody.
Thank you. Next application 20-11253, Wheelhouse Holdings LLC.
We are expecting a Dan Neal on Zoom for this item. I do not see him on Zoom. If you're on Zoom for this item, please press the raise hand button now, or participating by telephone, please press star then 9 to raise your hand. Star then 9. I do not have any emails. All right. Recommended action would be to deny due to lack of appearance. He did indicate he would be present, but is not. I did not receive any email updates from him in the last few days, and he's not currently on Zoom.
Okay, is this one of ours that was the tugboats that was gonna?
This is one we were anticipating to move forward today. Yes.
Is there a chance he might show up late? Do we want to trail this, or do we want to?
If you'd like to trail, I can try to make a follow-up call.
Has the assessor's office heard anything?
The assessor's office has had a couple of conversations with Mr. Neal about this property. We never did get any information from him on this specific property. We did prepare a case for today. It was our understanding he was only going to submit verbal testimony to the board. And so I don't know why he's not here. We haven't heard from him recently. He hasn't returned our last couple of attempts to contact him.
Okay. Okay. Should we vacate this, or should we?
Yeah, I mean, no, if you would like to trail, I'll try to send an email while your first hearing is ongoing, and we can see what happens.
We can do that. There's probably no harm in it. If he shows up, we'll have to vacate the decision and then start over.
All right.
I think that's wise.
And just to note, he's also representing item number 56. So I'll address, I'll ask him if he's going to attend on that as well.
Okay. Okay, so we'll trail this one. Okay. Next application 20-11282, Liberty Finance Partnership.
Yes, that's correct. I don't see, unless I just have a Ken. If you're Ken Smotrys, please press your raise hand button. Okay, it is. All right. All right, you should be able to unmute. There we go. And is this Ken Smotrys? Are you there? We cannot hear you. Let's see. If you're trying to do your audio through your phone, press star then 9. Okay, you are the separate phone number. All right, there we go. And now press star then 6 on your phone. There we go. Sorry, you're connected with 2 different devices, so it was a struggle there. Is this Ken?
Can you hear me?
We can now. Is this Ken?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Good morning. Are you prepared to move forward today?
I'd like to request a continuance to the February 14th date.
Okay, and to the assessor's office, any comments?
I think the assessor is still looking for data on this case. If we could request a proviso that the data be provided within 30 days of today.
Okay, so we're looking for a motion to postpone to February 14th with proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days.
Moved.
Second.
Thank you.
Right. For the vote, Board Member Ferris.
Yes.
Board Member Little.
Aye.
Board Member Sisk.
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Smotrys, you're all set.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next application. Okay, this is 56 is the tugboat one again. Okay.
Yes.
So we'll trail that one as well.
Yes, so we'll go to 58 through 63.
Application 20-11462 through 20-11467, PPF Emily Ponderosa, Dr. LP.
If this is Richard Petty on behalf of PPF AMLI Ponderosa Drive LP, we were retained to handle this on Friday and would like a continuance so that we can be prepared to move forward and respond to any needs that the assessor may have.
Okay. Okay, to the assessor's office, any comments?
A continuance is fine. We are still looking for data. If we could request a proviso that it, if we go out to the 24th, at least 30 days prior to the 24th.
Is the 24th okay with you, Mr. Petty, or do you need more time?
I probably need more time. I will confess I do not even know what data the assessor needs. Of course, we're happy to provide it, and of course it's the holidays, so.
And Mr. Petty, before we discuss further, can I quickly clarify, is your firm just retained to address the legal change in ownership issue, or will you be doing the valuation of the property as well?
I suspect we'll also handle the valuation, but certainly primarily it's the legal issue since we're a law firm. But if their valuation needs, we would provide that information to the assessor quickly.
Thank you for the clarification. And so you would prefer the February 14th date, is that correct?
Yes, that would work.
Okay. And back to the assessor for your comments.
February 14th is fine. If for some reason we don't come to an agreement on this, we would probably need to bifurcate the hearing and do the change in ownership first and the valuation second, just to make sure the applicant's on the same page with this.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. So looking for a motion to postpone to February 14th with the proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days.
Moved.
Second.
Thank you.
For the vote, Board Member Ferris,
Yes.
Board Member Little,
Aye.
Board Member Sisk.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Petty. You're all set.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see. Next application is 84 through 87. All right. Application 11536 through 11539, the Los Angeles Rams LLC.
This is a request for approval of a large reduction stipulation agreement package. These were emailed to your board last Friday and placed on your agenda should you have any questions. If you do not have any questions, the recommended action is to approve.
Any comments, questions from the board?
No, received them via email and reviewed them.
Same.
Okay. I so move.
Second.
All right, for the vote, Board Member Ferris,
Yes.
Board Member Little,
Aye.
Board Member Sisk.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, next application 20-11700 Royal XC LLC.
We have Christy Lazo of Altus Group on Zoom for this item.
Yes, I've been working with the assessor's office, but we need a little more time to trade information and would like to request a continuance.
Okay, to the assessor's office, any comments?
We would just request a data proviso be added if we go out to the 24th, at least 30 days prior to that.
Okay, Ms. Lazo, is the 24th okay with you?
Yes.
Okay, looking for a motion to postpone to January 24th with the proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days.
So moved.
Second.
For the vote, Board Member Ferris,
Yes.
Board Member Little,
Aye.
Board Member Sisk.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, that just leaves our regular stipulation agreements.
I received those via email.
Myself as well. Any
Yes.
questions or comments?
No.
No? Okay, looking for a motion to approve.
Moved.
Second.
Thank you.
For the vote, Board Member Ferris,
Yes.
Board Member Little,
Aye.
Board Member Sisk.
Yes.
Thank you. That passes. We have no other persons on Zoom at this time, and so we have 4 items were left remaining. And so, would you like to hear item 9 first?
That makes sense unless someone has unless we need to hear them in a different order for another reason. The 2 tugboats didn't happen, so those might get trailed or they might get vacated.
Right. And yeah, both of the next 2 cases are probably similar length in hearing time. So I would say if we're going to do item 9 first, the second, or whichever the 2 we do first, the other will probably not get to until after the lunch break. So if you would like to do 9 first and then 13 second, we could let Mr. Tobias know he could probably return around after lunchtime, and I'll follow up with him when your board starts their lunch break, so he has about a 30 to 45 minute heads up, if that sounds good to the board.
That sounds fine.
Here, let me just check in with Mr. Tobias real quick. If you're still there, unmute. Thank you. Did you hear all that, Mr. Tobias?
Yes, if you could just mention it, say it one more time. You mentioned coming back after the lunch break, but we don't know when that lunch break would.
Right. So when the board starts their lunch break, I'll shoot you over an email to let you know, okay, the board's going to return in 45 minutes, 30 minutes, whatever their lunch break period is. So then you know when to be back on Zoom. Does that sound good?
Sure.
Okay. And you're free to stay on Zoom and listen in if you want. I just didn't want you to be waiting if you didn't need to.
Okay. And you said how many cases are going ahead of us? 2?
1.
1? Okay.
For now, yes. All right, thank you. Board members, would you like any type of recess before we get into the first case?
Should we take a 5-minute? Because we're going to be here for probably 2 hours.
Yeah.
Okay, so what is it? Should we return at like 10:25 or something like that?
What time is it? Yeah, 10 minutes. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right. In the meantime, I will send everyone a link to where they'll be able to get the files, and I'll get Mr. Gangloff into a position where he can present. So we'll see everyone back at 10:25.
Brendan?
Yes.
Are there findings of fact requested on this matter?
The assessor has requested findings of fact on this case.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Brendan.
Yes.
So I sent you an email. I was looking through my presentation earlier and realized one page out of the exhibit got cut off from the PDF print.
Yes.
Is there a way we could add that as an exhibit 2?
Yeah, if you look in Zoom chat, I just distributed your exhibit since you will be presenting first. And so that I just put that in as exhibit 2.
Oh, okay. Perfect.
All right.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
So you're all set. So I did get that email just now. I didn't open it until right now, but I was able to get it in there.
Okay. Awesome. Yeah. Thank you.
Hey Todd, are you just noticed your microphone was on? Are you there still?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
When you were talking earlier, your camera was black. Do you want to see if it's still broken?
Okay.
Let's see.
How about now?
Oh, and you know what? Is it got a little slider on it? I can see a little corner of light.
Oh.
There we
Is that
go.
better?
Now we can see you.
Okay,
All
my
right, glad
bad.
we resolved that. All right, so stand by. I just wanted while we were on break.
No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. It's all good.
Thanks, Todd. Chair Sis, board members, is everyone returned?
I'm here. Hey, Brandon.
Yes.
If I mute you sometime, it's only because the city decided to cut the trees in my neighborhood.
Not a problem. All
I'm
right.
sneezing.
Looks like we have all board members back. If you'd like to get going again.
Yeah, I am ready if everyone else is.
All right. Just to let your board know, I just got off the phone with Mr. Neal for the tugboat items. He forgot his hearing was this morning, so he'll try to join us after this hearing to discuss his case. He was not near a computer where he could get on at the moment, but he'll try to join us shortly for his. So I told him we would address it after this matter. Before we get started on item 9, I'm going to place the assessor and applicant's representatives under oath. Please raise your right arm. When I complete reading your oath, please state I do. You and each of you do solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give and the matters now pending before this board will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
I do.
Thank you. All right, in Zoom chat, I've sent everyone the exhibits for this. There is a link where you can access it via web browser. That will be available for the next several days should you choose to download a copy for your own records. Alternatively, if that doesn't work for you, I've also attached the exhibits as files that you can download directly from Zoom. So either of those should work for you. Including in that is the application and the applicant's exhibits. As the applicant has the burden of proof, they will be presenting first. I'll just show you real quickly the application. This is a commercial property, business property appeal for the 2020 year. As stated, the applicant is not requesting findings of fact, but the assessor is. And so, board, would you like a brief overview from the assessor's office before we get into the applicant's presentation?
I would, that would be great, yes.
Yes.
Mr. Court?
Okay, yep. So an overview of the issues, which 2 of them were resolved out of the 3. The applicants requesting the old chiller equipment be removed, as well as the demolition cost. And after review of the real property records, we concur with Mr. Gangloff that the chiller equipment was removed prior to the 2020 assessment. And the issue before us today is the applicant is requesting a new wastewater treatment system that was installed during calendar years 2016 through 2019, used in the applicant's business to be exempt or as non-taxable. The approximate cost spent on the water treatment system was approximately $1.152 million. So that's the issue today for us, is the non-accessible water treatment system, or requesting a non-assessment of the water treatment system.
Okay, thank you.
Board members, applicants exhibits 1 and 2 have been submitted. Applicants exhibit 1 is now on the screen. So Mr. Gangloff, I will advance the pages for the board. Just let it refer to which page you'd like to address, and we'll move along and follow along with you and turn it over to you, Mr. Gangloff.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for your time today. As Mr. Court has explained, the 2 issues that we were contesting for this appeal are disposed with chiller system, and I believe that Mr. Court has said that he's in agreement with me on that, so we'll be able to agree to those costs being removed. And then as well as a wastewater system that was put in. We're not requesting for an exemption on this equipment. What we're really asking for is, and we're trying to prove to the board that before the client put this in, there was a functional obsolescence penalty that should have been added to the assessment, and it was never added to the assessment. And therefore, these costs are just a cost to cure, similar to repair or a cost that is just bringing the value back to the market value. It's not exceeding the market value. And so as we were contesting this, I'm going to be presenting evidence, multiple articles, court case, and a few excerpts, showing that this actually was a functional obsolescence penalty and that the assessor's office never gave my client credit for for the penalty prior to adding the wastewater system on top of the roll value. So Brendan, can you please go to the next page? It's just so our opinion of value for this appeal, for appeal number 20-10681, a total value of $3,866,353. That is split up between personal property value of $1,546,541 and fixture value of $2,319,812. This appeal, or this tax year, has already been audited, and the client has received some refunds through the audit. The original value, I believe, was in about $7 million. And so what we're arguing against right now is the audited value of $5,404,400. Next page, please, Brendan. This is a trended assessment. You can see our grand total on the bottom, or the middle right, is our opinion of value, the $3,866,353. All of these costs in the cost section are from the client's fixed asset detail. Every asset has been accounted for and given a proper classification. And so underneath the highlighted portion, there's a total cost of $7,508,556. I'll show you on the next page how that matches up with what we are assessing in our opinion of value. Also, how we came up with the total value is we took the costs, multiplied it by the trend factors below, and that generates a value similar to the assessor's process. And then once again, the audit value was $5,404,400, and that's what we are contesting today. Next page, please. This is yeah, right, page 4. Okay. So this is the summary of the fixed asset detail. In the bottom right corner of the pivot table, there's total costs on the fixed asset detail of $21,758,961. And so, as I mentioned, all of these classifications come from the fixed asset detail that we have determined. The assets in question are on the right. There's disposed, that's 2004 asset, that's the chiller system, and the wastewater system, $1,152,833. Once again, I just do a little a check and balances for my trending page to get my value, and I add up all the accessible costs in the classifications, and it matches. So it's $7,508,556. That matched the same total that we reported as costs on our summary, or on our trending page. Next page, please, Brendan. And so this is a copy of the client's fixed asset detail. On the top of the page, I have the total again, $21,758,961. That's just for your reference to note that all of the summary of fixed asset, or the pivot table that I previously presented to you, all of the costs on the fixed asset detail are being accounted for. All the costs and assets are being accounted for on the pivot table. And so, just that for the board's knowledge, for my process, I'll take the the classifications of the fixed asset detail, put it over to a pivot table so we can get a total of the per year costs for each asset classification. And then the assessable costs, we apply a trend factor to, and that's where we got our value of the $3 million value that we're requesting today. Most of the highlighted assets on the next few pages have been agreed to and taken care of through the audit. So those aren't the ones that are being contested. It's just there's 2 assets highlighted in red. That's the old chiller system, and then we have wastewater assets highlighted in blue. And then so this is just the total of the asset listing. You kind of just scroll through and then stop there, please, Brendan. So then what I did was I filtered the fixed asset detail by our 2 issues. And these are the assets that are in contention today. It's wastewater management system, and then the 2 assets that were previously a chiller asset that have been removed. And then you could go to the next page, please. Here's a copy of the audit for the 2020 tax year and 2019 tax year. I've highlighted at the bottom the full value per the audit is 5.4 million, or 5,404,400. And so just as a reference for the board, that's the number that the roll currently has. That's the value that is currently enrolled on the roll. On the next page, this is just pretty much a bifurcated value showing what we've done in terms of the difference between our opinion of value and the county's. The disposed chiller valuation should have a value to be removed of 150,000, and that's taken by the cost times the trend factor that the county has applied for this asset, and then I applied a negative value to that, so that gets us to 150,584 removed from the roll. Same thing, the wastewater system assets were added between 2016 and 2019. I have added a trend factor similar to what the county would do, and then for the value to be removed, applied that value by a negative number, and then that's the value that was currently assessed on the roll and should be removed from the roll. You can go on the next page. And then just a quick question, but Todd, so you're saying that you're in agreement with the disposed chiller? So like,
Todd Court, yes. Yeah, I agree with the chiller removal, and I also gave you an additional demolition costs that were incurred.
Mm-hmm.
So I gave you a little bit larger reduction except for the wastewater treatment system.
Okay, so then
So
I
that's
believe we could stipulate this issue and then just kind of fast forward through the wastewater system if that works with the board and the assessor's office.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
That's okay. Any comments from the board?
Oh, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay. So yeah, we could kind of skip through here. Let me see. Yep. Thank you. And then so our main argument with the wastewater system is that there was a functional obsolescence penalty added to the assessment, or that was not added to the assessment. And so what happens with functional obsolescence is if you have an inadequacy in the property, you need to reduce the property by the cost to cure if it's a curable functional obsolescence, or the excessive operating costs or excessive capital costs. What happened with this case is the assessor's office never gave us credit for needing to put this in. I'll prove in evidence the client had been sued by the EPA, threatening to shut down their operation if they didn't put in a wastewater system. So prior to prior to putting this in, there should have been a market value reduction equal to the cost to cure or equal to the cost of the assets that needed to be added for the wastewater system. And because that didn't happen, the assessor's office has been adding these costs as machinery and equipment and increasing the market value rather than curing the functional obsolescence, which is what we're arguing for today. On the next page, please, Brendan. Once again, these are the assets that are in contention. And then this is in pretty much all of these I've gotten from the client. I've asked them to identify assets that are pertaining to the wastewater management system. And so this just for the board's review of what assets are in contention right now. On the total on the top, you can see that the total value or the total cost of the wastewater management system is $1,152,833. That's what we're asking as a cost to cure functional obsolescence penalty. On the next page, please. This is an email from my client. I've highlighted the part because I was asking him if they were adding that, why they added these assets. He replied, all of the Cloacina costs was for the wastewater treatment plant that was required by government regulations pertaining to effluent discharge. Otherwise, we would never spent this money. So they're not adding production to the facility. They're not adding value to the facility. All they're doing is correcting a penalty that if they hadn't put this money in, then the government would have shut them down and made all of their property essentially worthless until this was put in. So the cost to cure for this was the 1.1 million that they spent. And so that's what we're asking for as a functional obsolescence penalty on this appeal. It doesn't extend the life of the property at all. This is a manufacturer of wine, and so they can't sell the wine for more money. All this system essentially does for the client is allow them to be operational. There's two choices: either not put it in and then be shut down, and so there's all this sunk costs going into the property, or spend $1 million and put this system in. If they didn't do that, then they would have been shut down, like I mentioned. And so it's our argument that prior to putting this equipment in, there was a deficiency in the market value, and that this is really just a cost to cure the inefficiency. And so if we go to the next page, please, the following, this is all just one email thread. This is the lawsuit between the EPA and my client, Royal Wine Company. Their parent company is Herzog Wine Cellars. In the highlighted portion, number 2, it's saying the EPA has alleged that Herzog in Oxnard, California is in violation of Section 307D of the Clean Water and Air Act. And then we could go to the next page. So this is just a whole copy of the lawsuit between my client and the EPA. On the next page, please, Brendan. The parties enter into this consent order to bring Herzog into compliance with Section 307D of the CWA 33 USC 1317D. Herzog agrees to cease unauthorized discharges and to complete the work required in Section 7 below. So as I mentioned, if they didn't put this equipment in, then the EPA is having a suit against them, making it so that they would have to cease operation prior to putting this in. If they were to sell this property, then the purchaser of the property would also have to spend these costs, in order to make the plant operational. So when you're dealing with a market value, it's a lot easier to think about what a willing buyer would be buying, right? So they're not going to come in and pay you the market value and the cost to cure. When you're making the negotiations on what the plant is, they're going to be fully aware of the impact of not putting in a wastewater system, and they're going to be fully aware of the costs involved to become compliant with the EPA. So before, like as I mentioned, before a buyer would come in and buy the property, they would know that they were going to have to spend $1.1 million in order to become compliant with the EPA. So therefore, our argument is prior to putting this equipment in, the market value is actually decreased by 1.1 million, what the cost to cure is. And the cost approach, that's the standard practice for figuring out whether or not you can either cure the functional obsolescence, and in this case, it's curable. So you would deduct the cost to cure from the market value, and then once the buyer would buy it for $1.1 million less, they would come in, put the $1.1 million of wastewater management system into the facility, and then become compliant and operational with the market. On the next page, please, Brendan, or actually we'll go down to page 32. This is just a description detailed by the EPA lawsuit of what my client needed to put in. The proposed system means the entire treatment or wastewater management system, including operating procedures and existing modified and new components that Herzog will use to achieve compliance with the pre-treatment standards. Components include, but are not limited to, equipment, hardware, monitoring, instrumentation, and telemetry. So this is just spelling out that they need to put in this wastewater management system to remove the effluent discharge and to become compliant before they are able to become operational again. And then you could skip down to page 35, please. This is explaining what's going to happen if they don't put this in. Failure to comply with the terms of this consent order may result in liability for statutory civil penalties under section 309D of the Act, 33 USC 1319D, as adjusted by 40 CFR Part 19. Upon suit by EPA, the United States District Court for California may impose such penalties if the court determines that Herzog has violated the Act as described above and failed to comply with the terms of the consent order. One of those penalties the client has explained to me was that they would be shut down and not operational had they not complied with this EPA lawsuit. And so, as I mentioned, when you're dealing as a business owner, when you're dealing with what needs to be done, if you want to sink all the costs that you've put into this facility and just walk away, that's not likely. The real likelihood of what you're going to do is you're going to comply with the EPA lawsuit, put in the $1.1 million wastewater management system, and then get operational again. On page 36, this is just the signing of the documents in 2016. That's when they started to put this management system in. So when we think about what market value is and what a willing buyer would pay for the property, it's easiest to think of the present value of what this asset is. Does this asset generate income? If it does, then we would argue that it increases the market value. However, in this case, this asset does not generate income. It doesn't make the facility's life, it doesn't extend the life of the facility. All it does is increase expenses for the client. There's operating expenses that relate to this asset. Oh, sorry, Brendan, can you go to the next page? Apologize. There's operating expenses that come with this asset. They're not selling their wine for any more money. It's really just a negative value to the property. And so when you think of what the present value is, the present value is the current value of the sum of money or stream of cash flows given at a specified rate of return. So when we're looking at this asset and trying to value this asset, and it just has a negative cash flows over the next 10 years or over the life of the asset, how can we say that it's increasing the market value when in reality they're spending money just to keep it operational each year? It has no extra income added to the asset. The asset's only an expense, and if you're trying to find the future sum of money or the stream of cash flows from something that's costing you money year in and year out, it's going to be a negative present value. And that's the case here. On the next page, Brendan, please. This is sent from me from the client for the first operating year of the asset's life. These are just expenses that are applied to the asset. As I mentioned, there's no income generated from this asset. All it does is clean the water before it's sent out into the drains. And so what I've done is I calculated the total expenses over the year. This is from June 2017 through June 2018. This is 1 year of operating costs. I deducted, they had in November 2017, they spent $29,000 on spare parts. That's not an ongoing expense. And so I have removed that from the total of the 1 year expenses. But just to keep this asset operational, it costs the company $111,000 per year. And that's money that they could be investing in their facility that actually adds value to the facility. Something that, they could add assets that increase production. They could add assets that makes a facility more efficient. These costs are just expenses. They're not increasing the market value of the property. They're in fact decreasing the operating the net income of the property. That's decreasing because of this asset. They have to spend $111,000 per year just to be in compliant with the EPA regulations. As I mentioned, if they didn't put this equipment in, then they would have been shut down. So it's better to have $111,000 of expenses versus being shut down until you put this equipment in. On the next page, please, Brendan. The next few pages are taken out of guidelines for substantiating additional obsolescence for personal property and fixtures. On page 40, please. In the highlighted portion, functional obsolescence is the loss of value in a property caused by the design of the property itself. In this situation, we're saying that there was a functional obsolescence penalty because the property did not have a wastewater system prior to being sued by the EPA. That would be an inadequacy of the property and would result in a functional obsolescence penalty. However, as mentioned, the penalty was never given in the prior years. The county has just been maintaining the market value based off of the reported costs, and they have not given us a reduction in the value due to our facility being inadequate in terms of not having a wastewater system. The second highlighted portion is saying how functional obsolescence, it may be curable. An element of functional obsolescence is considered curable when the cost to cure the deficiency is less than the present value of the excess operating expense associated with allowing the conditions creating the functional obsolescence to continue over the remaining life of the property. So when you factor in what would be the present value of the excess operating costs or the present value of reducing your plant's capacity and utilization to zero due to being shut down from the EPA. The 1.1 million is a reasonable cost to cure, and it's our argument that this was a cost to cure that the client put in order to remain operational within the county. There's also a form of external obsolescence with this because it's a deficient property in the sense that they didn't have a wastewater management system, which would be considered a functional obsolescence penalty. However, this is due to external factors, being the government regulations. So on the next page, please. Part of the external obsolescence is an increasing costs of raw materials, labor, or utilities without a corresponding price increase of the product. As mentioned, this asset doesn't produce more wine. This asset doesn't make the plant more efficient in terms of being cost effective to increasing the market value. All this asset is doing is increasing the costs of labor, utilities, and pretty much decreasing the market value because you're not able to actually sell more wine. You're not able to sell it for more money. So the fact of the matter is that this asset is just an expense on the company. It's not adding any value to the company. It's not allowing them to produce more or produce more efficiently or sell it for more. All it's doing is being an expense on the company. The next page, please. I've highlighted the limitations of the cost approach. An appraiser cannot assume that the cost approach or any valuation approach automatically provides the best indicator of value. All available information must be analyzed to determine the best indicator of value. I've added that because what the assessor's office has done through the audit and through the annual roll value assessment is take the costs reported on the business property statement and trend it and get a value and then call it done. They're not looking into external factors that are causing a reduction in market value, or they're not looking into internal factors that are affecting the market value. What they're normally doing is taking the cost reported, applying a trend factor to it, and then it spits out a value and they call it a day. So our argument here is that the board needs to look at all of the factors involved with these assets and make the determination if this asset is actually increasing the market value of the property. On the next page, please. So I have a few articles that describe functional obsolescence so that the board can make the determination if functional obsolescence is present in this facility. Brendan, can you zoom in a little bit so everyone can read? So this article is titled Functional Obsolescence. This is from Valuation Research. It's titled Functional Obsolescence, a loss of asset value caused by inefficiency or inadequacies. As we've mentioned, the facility was inadequate in its standards for the EPA. The EPA had come in and sued the company because they were inadequate in having a wastewater system that allowed that didn't filter out the effluent discharge. Valuing machinery and equipment, the fundamentals of appraising machinery and technical assets from the American Society of Appraisers defines functional obsolescence as a form of depreciation in which the loss in value or usefulness of a property is caused by inefficiencies or inadequacies in the property itself. So that's coming from the American Society of Appraisers. It's a group of appraisers that are accredited and are pretty much the governing authority, you know, in terms of how to appraise the market value. The second highlighted portion, a little bit further down, Brendan. This is kind of going into an example, you know, to help the board determine if it, you know, we're at a similar case here. There's functional obsolescence and external obsolescence in a relationship. And that's what I've described before. The functional obsolescence portion is that they were inadequate in terms of their plant design by not having a wastewater system. And it's due to external forces, being the EPA suing them. The highlighted portion says the chemical plant, built at a cost of $200 million, was designed to produce 100,000 metric tons of product per year. Because of changing environmental regulations, the facility has never produced more than 50,000 metric tons per year, resulting in an external obsolescence penalty caused by external factors. So this is a very similar case to us in the sense that they had designed their property to be able to produce X amount of wine barrels and bottles per year. But if they didn't put this wastewater system in, that production would have been zero. And so and all things being equal, this would result in an external obsolescence penalty caused by external forces. Next page, please. This is also another article, understanding economic versus functional obsolescence. Functional obsolescence could also apply to a building that is too small or under approved. That's, you know, as what we've been talking about is that this is an under approved, it was inadequate, it didn't have the proper wastewater system in order to continue operation with the county. On the next page, it's continued. With functional obsolescence, you have to define whether it's curable or incurable. As I mentioned, in this case, it was a curable obsolescence, and therefore you would take the cost to cure as the functional obsolescence penalty, that being the $1.1 million that the client had used to increase or to make their facility operational. Had they not put this equipment in, it would have remained under approved and inadequate, and so someone coming in would have had to, you know, put this cost in order to make it an operating facility again. On the next page, this is an article describing the effects of obsolescence on a property and how to value it. Highlighted, we have the expenditures made to comply with regulatory requirements do not add assessable value. Instead, such expenditures are analogous to maintenance in the sense that compliance-related construction merely maintains a property's operational status and does not typically improve productive capacity. In this situation, this is exactly what has happened to our client. They had put this cost in to remain compliant, and these costs are not improving the production facility. So according to this author, they would argue that this is that these costs do not add assessable value. At the bottom highlighted, we have simply adding the cost of construction to the assessment roll without examining the impact of pre-existing obsolescence overstates the purported value of the remediating construction. Next page. On the bottom left, it is well accepted that economic obsolescence includes the impact of general or governmental regulation. Obsolescence can result from a requirement to remediate an existing condition, such as contaminated land, or from a requirement to abate emissions, or from other regulations that impose an obligation to add new equipment and or change existing operational practices. Once again, this is exactly what has happened to our client. Another possible source of external obsolescence is the lack of return on an investment made for pollution control equipment or mandated environmental remediation. The Clean Air Act of 1990 amendment required many heavy industries to invest in pollution control related equipment that did not increase the capacity of the plant or make the plant more profitable. In fact, in many cases, the new equipment actually increased operating expenses through higher labor requirements and more energy consumption, hence reducing earnings. The investment is considered a necessary capital expenditure or a form of curable functional obsolescence. Then the second highlighted over there, government regulations that require capital expenditures to be made with little or no return on the new investment, or environmental considerations that require capital expenditures to be made with little or no return on investment, are factors of external and functional obsolescence. So as I mentioned, prior to putting this equipment in, the assessor's office should have reduced the market value of the cost to cure. And all this would do, as you're reducing the market value, you go down 1.1 million. All they're doing once they put this equipment in is bringing it back to the market value. What the county wants to do is not acknowledge the reduction prior to putting this equipment in and then adding 1.1 million to the roll, or what the trended cost of that asset is. The International Association of Assessing Officers expressly characterizes costs associated with curing an environmental problem to be a form of functional or external obsolescence. The cost to cure a problem reduces the utility of the property and should be considered a form of functional or economic obsolescence of improvements. So these are just multiple appraising authorities that are all saying the exact same thing that we're arguing today. These costs are put in for environmental purposes. They're there to fix a problem within the facility. And once they do, it just brings the whole property back to operational. It's not adding market value on top of the current market value. And that's what the assessor's office has done with their assessment of these. Next page, please. It is generally recognized that the obligation to comply with environmental regulations does not add value to the property, but instead decreases the value. The Clean Air Act of 1990 amendment required many heavy industries to invest in pollution control related equipment that did not increase the capacity of the plant or make the plant more profitable. In fact, in many cases, the new equipment actually increased operating expenses. The plants had two choices: to invest in the pollution control equipment or to shut down. The investment is considered a necessary capital expenditure or form of curable functional obsolescence, and the resulting reduction on the return on investment a form of economic obsolescence. Government regulations constantly require industries to make new investments in their plant. When the required investments do not generate income, economic obsolescence is the result. Once again, this wastewater management system does not produce wine barrels. It's detached from the entire operation. All it's doing is cleaning the effluent that's going out into the drainage. And it's not, as I mentioned, they're not making more wine because of this. They're not selling the wine for more because they have a wastewater management system. All it's doing is creating extra expenses for the company and making them compliant with the EPA standards. The appropriate valuation sequence is to first reduce existing value by an amount equal to the projected cost to cure the environmental contamination or comply with government regulation as a form of obsolescence. So as I mentioned, the assessor's office has not done that with their appraisal. They had just been taking the market value and then they added the cost or the value of the cost to cure. Our argument is prior to putting in this equipment, the assessor's office should have reduced the market value by the cost to cure. And then once this was put in, just bring it back to market value. So we're not saying that these assets don't have a value. We're saying that these assets the market value should have been reduced prior to putting these in, and these are just getting the assets back to the current market value. It's similar to a Kelley Blue Book value on a car. There's a certain range for a 2010 truck, right? Kelley Blue Book will have a range. This is the market value. There's only one market value for this property. But if you're trying to sell a car or trying to buy a car, and it says $10,000 is the Kelley Blue Book value, but when you look at the car, there's no wheels on it. You're not going to buy the car for $10,000 and then put in $1,000 worth of wheels and tires and then say that the market value is now $11,000. That's what the county has done here. What the market value should have done when you're the buyer of the car is you would say, hey, I'm trying to buy this car. The fair value of it for Kelley Blue Book is $10,000. It's going to cost me $1,000 to put new tires and new wheels on this car. I'll pay you $9,000. Once you put the $1,000 back into the car for fixing it so it's drivable and operational, then it goes back to the Kelley Blue Book value of $10,000. That's the exact same case that we have here. The assessor's office wants to say that the market value of the car you just bought is $11,000 because you're gonna buy it for 10 and then put it in 11. But why would we do that when I could buy an operational car for $10,000? No willing buyer is going to do that. The willing buyer is going to reduce the purchase price by the cost to cure and to get the car operational again. That's the best way I can explain what's happening with this company right now is because prior to putting this equipment in, there was no reduction down in the market value. All that they're doing is increasing the market value because they put costs into it. So continuing on here, the before and after approach is required by RNT Code 51A2 and SBE Property Tax Rule 461E. This valuation sequence was diagrammed in Weyerhaeuser Company versus Easter. Weyerhaeuser considered how the assessor should appraise expenditures required for pollution control, specifically water effluent treating facilities associated with a paper plant. The Washington Supreme Court concluded that the failure to allow a deduction from value for the cost of the pollution control equipment was an error. So what the Supreme Court said in this decision was that the assessor's office should have first reduced the value of the market value and then increased it back to the market value once the cost to put in the pollution control equipment was realized. The negative impact of this obligation is then mitigated and the value restored as compliance is undertaken. The diagram, I'll show you the diagram on the next page, but the diagram assumes that the cost to cure or comply measures the decline in value and next page, please. And that the resulting obsolescence can be cured by complying with the regulatory order. Highlighted is the diagram as I was trying to show you. Diagram one is what the county should have done. You could see that there's a little A dot here is the value just prior to the known deficit. X is the amount of cost to cure. So once that happens, the cost to cure decreases the market value immediately straight down. And C is the value of the property after the defect is cured. So it just brings, all this is doing is bringing the cost to cure is bringing the market value of the property just back to equal. So that's what I'm saying when I'm saying, we're not saying that these aren't adding value. We're saying they're adding value from a negative value, which will equal 0. On the second diagram is how the county is currently assessing these costs. There's a market value decline. They're not giving us credit for the cost to cure from the known deficiency. And what they're doing is increasing the market value to D, which is the value of the property after defect is cured, by ignoring the defect and simply adding the cost to cure. That's exactly what happened during the audit, and that's exactly what's happening with our client right now, is that the county has ignored the defect and has just added the cost to the market value on the roll. The view is, this view is incomplete because it fails, like the Assessment Appeals Board in the Weyerhaeuser case, to first acknowledge the negative impact of the obligation to undertake a particular expenditure. The view is also mistaken in the sense that remedial construction does not add value, but instead merely restores value. I think that's very important because that's the basis of our argument right here, is that we're not adding value to the facility like the assessor has in their cost approach, but we're restoring the value from a negative value. Another example of this is when construction companies had to have like CARB regulations. So the view that CARB expenditures added assessable value rests largely on the tax assessor's failure to consider the liability created by the mandated new CARB specifications. The refineries could not maintain their productive capacity and supply the existing market without substantial new investment, and so market value of the refineries fell by at least the cost required to cure the obsolescence represented by the sums required to be spent to remain in operation. The next page, we can skip the next page. The so-called investment required to comply with the regulatory requirements represents a cost without a corresponding revenue benefit, or perhaps even an operating penalty caused by increasing operating costs, and thus should simply be viewed as an expense which does not add value. It is a required capital expenditure without corresponding recovery or return. For the conclusion, simply put, not all physical alterations or additions add value. Many, particularly construction relating to environmental matters, add no new utility, efficiency, or production. Construction undertaken for regulatory compliance increases capital costs and operating costs and reduces profitability. Such expenditures are required to stay in business and are thus properly viewed as a form of sustaining capital, normal maintenance, and repair. And then these are all of the annotations that were used, a bunch of court cases and appraisal documents from other governing authority of appraisers that they got all this information from. And it's all pretty much concluding the same thing, that these assets should have been viewed by the county as a negative value prior to putting them in, and then restoring the market value once they were put in. On page 54, please. This is Weyerhaeuser Company versus Easter. This is the court case that I referenced, and it's very similar to what we have presented today. Essentially, the company had to put in a wastewater system for effluent discharge, and the court found that the assessor's office was wrong in their approach to not give credit for the reduction in value prior to putting this in, but rather the assessor just increased the market value. The court found that that was wrong. This is from the Supreme Court of Washington. On the next page, please. It highlights the pollution control in the middle of the page, but during the late 1980s, the state required Weyerhaeuser to make substantial investments in new pollution controlled facilities. The State Department of Ecology ordered Weyerhaeuser to decrease the amount of fecal coliform in the mill's effluent. Downstream from the mill is Grays Harbor and the second largest commercial oyster beds in the state. The oysters allegedly thrive on coliform bacteria, but then test positively for fecal contamination, preventing their sale. With the DOE's approval, the mill killed the coliform by treating effluent with sulfuric acid. This reduced the pH balance of the discharge to 3, highly acidic. Because of the federal EPA, because the Federal Environmental Protection Agency prohibits the release of acidic effluent, in 1985, the DOE ordered the mill to neutralize the waste before releasing it. Weyerhaeuser adopted a plan to spend $8.7 million to neutralize the effluent through oxygen delinification. Had Weyerhaeuser not taken this step, the DOE would have closed the mill by March 1st, 1991. By January 1990, the date of the assessment, Weyerhaeuser had $5.5 million worth of construction in progress on the project and a remaining obligation of $3.2 million. The mill completed this before the March 1st, 1991 deadline. And then we can skip down to page. There's also 2 other issues that were presented in this case, and the board agreed with them, but I'm just fast forwarding here to the pollution control segment. So we could skip to page 58. So deductions for new pollution control facilities. We now turn to the central question in this case: how should an assessor appraise required expenditures on pollution control? Weyerhaeuser contends the board reached a contradictory result in its final decision. On the one hand, the board disallowed a deduction from the value for 8.7 million oxygen lignification system. Yet on the other hand, it allowed deductions for 18.3 removal of asbestos and 2.5 million removal of PCBs from the mill. No relevant reason, according to Weyerhaeuser, exists in the distinguish between them. On the next page, please. Just above the highlighted, that says the market value of a plant in compliance with the environmental regulations is greater than an identical plant not in compliance. This is what we've been arguing, and with my example of the cars, is that a market value is stagnant, and the market value of the plant that is in compliance is greater than one that is not. So if you don't have this effluent discharge system, the market value is decreased from the market value of a similar or identical plant. The cost to cure contaminated properties lessens utility of the property and should be considered a form of functional obsolescence of improvements. This would then be added to the accrued depreciation because current replacement costs new would be based on the assumption of a typical, presumably clean environment. Environmental contamination is a form of obsolescence, and the cost to cure contamination is an allowable deduction. The assessor implicitly recognized this concept in the Weyerhaeuser past assessments by deducting pollution control expenses as functional obsolescence. In this case today, the assessor's office has not given us that deduction. Had they given us that deduction prior to putting this in, then we wouldn't be here today because we would agree that the market value was not increased, but rather restored. Brendan, I think we can go to Exhibit 2 now. I don't know how we can do that. Sorry, board members, when I printed this out, this page was omitted from the original exhibit. But in conclusion, for this court case, the conclusion for the judges was that the cost to control pollution is a form of functional obsolescence. When cleanup is required and the cost is certain, assessors must determine whether the cost to cure pollution reduces the market value of the property. So in this case, the court also agreed with our case here in the sense that the assessor's office needs to make a determination of a negative functional obsolescence penalty prior to putting this equipment in. Once the equipment was put in, then they have restored the value of the market value. It did not increase the market value as this property has, as the assets don't produce income whatsoever. It's actually just an expense. And then Brendan, we could go back to Exhibit 1 if that's okay. On page 61, please. So this is just a diagram a little bit larger than what I previously showed you in the previous article. It helps me to see it in a graph format. But our argument is that the market value is decreasing over time. There's a functional obsolescence cost to cure of $1,152,833. That's the cost of the weight of the total of the assets of the wastewater management system. So the line down would be the negative value, and then our argument is once they added the 1,152,000, it just went back to the market value, and then the market value continues to reduce if they're not adding any more equipment. So our argument is the main value or the market value decreased prior to putting in the wastewater system because the property was deficient by not having this. Once the system was installed, it brought the property back to the original market value. And then down the assessor's valuation, there it shows that there's a functional obsolescence cost to cure of 1.15 million. That's the wastewater management system. However, the market value, if you're going from the negative 1.1 million to what the market value of this equipment currently is, they put in $1.15 million, but there was 2.3 million added to the market value from the deficient market value. So you can see that this is wrong in the sense that they're adding $2 million in costs from the reduced value. The property was deficient by a cost to cure value of negative 1,152,833. Once they put in the wastewater system, the county added 1,152,833 to the current roll value. The taxpayer spent 1,152,000 to cure the obsolescence, but the county added 2.3 million to the market value. So what happened is if we're all in agreement that there's a functional obsolescence penalty added to this facility prior to putting this equipment in, then the market value has actually gone up double that because it went from a negative value through the current market value and then added $1 million to the market value. So the assessor's office is essentially saying that the $1.1 million in costs that were incurred for the cost to cure is actually worth $2.3 million in market value. On the next page, please, Brendan. This is just an excerpt from the Assessment Appeals Manual. We could go to the next page, please. This is just kind of going over the burden of proof and the and how the board should review what has been presented today. Let's see, where is it? If the appeals board determines, this is at the bottom of the page, if the appeals board determines the applicant has presented evidence sufficient to make a prima facie case, the burden shifts to the assessor to present evidence to support his or her opinion of value. It's our opinion that we've presented enough evidence to the case today to suffice our presumption of the burden of proof. And we believe that the assessor's office now has to present evidence contradicting what we have already presented. And then we could go to page 71, please. Let's see. Sorry. Decisions rendered by an appeals board must be based on the evidence taken at the hearing. Let's see. So as I mentioned, the appeals board would need to use the evidence that has been presented to make their determination of our case in chief. And then on the next page, please. At the conclusion of the hearing, the board members must assimilate all the evidence presented to them. In order to evaluate the evidence and render a decision, the members must determine the weight of each piece of evidence. Weight is not based on quantity, but rather depends on credibility, that is, the effect of the evidence in inducing belief. The presumption that the assessor has properly performed his or her duties is not evidence and will not be considered by the board in its deliberations. Once again, we're just requesting that the board, when you're making your determination today, uses the evidence that has been presented forward and doesn't fall on the presumption that the assessor has properly performed his or her duties. And I believe that is my case in chief.
Okay, thank you. Does the assessor's office have any questions of the applicant's presentation?
Todd Court, yes, I do. With a rebuttal, you want to just do the questions now? I don't know what time you guys go for lunch. That's an issue.
Well, we'd like to try to get through as much of this as we can. So if you have any questions of the presentation.
Yeah, yeah, I just was being mindful of the board's time. Okay, so Mr. Gangloff, I noticed that in your presentation of your evaluation of the equipment is zero and your other evaluations that is similar to the assessor's cost approach. Is that correct?
Can you repeat that? You kind of
yeah. So the valuation that yeah, that's fine. So the valuation that I noted in your earlier presentation, the first exhibits, we talk about the value. I reviewed your numbers, and it's really just the assessor's cost approach with the trending in percent goods. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And so you provided, besides the articles, no independent market evidence, like an income approach? Okay. So my question is, I assume based on the information provided and a review of the fixed asset list, Royal Wine is now in compliance with the EPA?
Yes, I believe. Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, so since you used the assessor's cost approach, are you aware of the percent good factors described by the State Board of Equalization, including normal amount of physical, functional, and external obsolescence already built into it?
Well, this
I
is
said
not,
normal.
yeah, this would not be considered a normal event because when you're doing the trend factors as presented by the Board of Equalization, they're not taking into account one-off events such as not being in compliance with the EPA regulations. They can't do that for every company.
Okay, and have you provided analysis besides these articles to attribute for abnormal and external obsolescence via market data besides the articles?
I believe the EPA lawsuit suffices that requirement, being that it was a one-off, just a one-off event that caused this property to decrease its market value prior to putting in the compliant regulating costs.
Did you find any literature specifically in the California Revenue Taxation Code, property tax rules, annotations, LTAs that states it's either exempt or non-taxable?
No, so I believe that we've never requested an exemption of this property. Our case in chief is regarding a curable functional obsolescence penalty that was never provided to the taxpayer.
After the request from the assessor, have you provided any single, this question you already answered. Did you review Article 13, Section 3, where it lists all the non-taxable property? Because I didn't see it in here.
No, and so as I mentioned, our argument is not that this is exempted property. It's just restoring the value of the market value.
Okay. Are you aware of the case you brought forward, Weyerhaeuser Company versus Easter, deals with the rules, laws of the Washington state, which may differ from property tax laws from California?
Yes.
Okay. Are you also aware in that case the applicant provided an income and cost approach to contest the assessment?
I believe I read that as well.
Yet you provided no income approach to value, even though you talk about expenses.
No, so for an income approach on personal property, it's quite difficult because you have to allocate each asset in the operation. And it varies greatly, depending on what you're selling. You could have we've had cases of a jean manufacturer, it doesn't separate the business value. So we've had cases where a jean manufacturer sells jeans to Levi's, and then they sell jeans to more famous, higher end jeans. It's the same equipment that's used to make the process. The only difference is the brand associated with the jeans, which would generate vastly different incomes. So on a process like this, it's too difficult and pretty unreliable to use the income approach for this.
Well, this property is actually an industrial property which produces wineries. You couldn't attribute the income to any additional abnormal income. Abnormal functional external obsolescence through the income approach, because you specifically talk about expenses.
Correct.
Wouldn't that have shown me that there was additional abnormal functional and external obsolescence like they did in the income approach in the Weyerhaeuser case?
Yes, I believe that we presented the evidence of the expenses with no attributable income associated, which would
you could have provided an income approach specifically how it impacted the whole entire operation. That I never see, by the way, that was never presented to me, that cash flow, just so you know.
I believe I think I sent it to you. If not, I apologize for that. It wasn't.
All right. Well, we can just agree that there's no income approach that you provided. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Are you aware that the case was more than the oxygen delignification equipment, which is the pollution control exemption, that it included the asbestos, the PCPs, which you talked about, the 20% deduction rule, which the assessor valued 10% as the operating, could not fall below 20% of its production cost, and that it also had 10% salvage value, that they only reversed that portion of it, and that out of the $8.7 million spent on the oxygen delignification equipment, only 3.2 million was reversed because those are costs that hadn't incurred yet. So the remaining 5.5 was actually still accessible. Is that not correct?
I believe what you're referring to is that they were giving, they were reversed that because they were allowing deduction in the market value due to the functional obsolescence.
Right. So the functional obsolescence was a cause for many things, but specifically, if we look at what was to be spent on an oxygen delignification equipment, there was 8.7 million cost that was going to be incurred. 5.5 million as of the lien date 1990 was construction in progress, and the assessor in the Gray Harbor County added the additional 3.2, which cost had not yet been incurred yet. So the state Supreme Court really actually upheld the 5.5 million. Are you aware of that? For that construction in progress, for that specific type of control equipment?
I'm unaware of that. I believe that it's just I believe that it's just like, as we've mentioned, it's, you know, restoring the market value of the equipment. But
that's not what they found. Would you like me to read it to you, sir?
Sure.
Okay, it says, Brendan, I believe it's on page 60 of his exhibit.
This is page 6. Oh, 60. This one?
60. No.
I'm going by the red page numbers at the bottom.
Oh. Let's see. Okay, yeah, that's the right page. So it says, we therefore direct the board. Do you see that paragraph? I know it's really small. It says, we therefore direct the board to consider the amount outstanding for the oxygen delignification system, 3.2 million, as it would any cost to cure functional obsolescence. We leave the board the determination amount of deduction. Again, that cost wasn't incurred yet, and the assessor made a mistake by adding it into the assessment. The next paragraph, the valuation of the 5.5 million already spent on the system presents a separate question. Weyerhaeuser contends the assessor should depreciate the 5.5 million construction in progress down to the overall depreciation level of the mill. So they never contested the 5.5 million. They just wanted extra depreciation based on the plant age. And if we go down to, it says we find substantial evidence. Okay, so it says we find substantial evidence in record which supports the board's decision. The trended investment technique calculates separate values for each piece of equipment based on the date of purchase. Depreciating the oxygen delignification system immediately would grant special treatment to the asset. So my question to you, isn't this proof that they actually did not reverse all the oxygen delignification equipment, just the portion that it hadn't fixed yet? Isn't that evidence to say that the pollution equipment is actually accessible?
I believe, I'm not positive in terms of the valuation of the equipment, but I believe they're saying something similar to that.
Right. So as far as I understand, and based on my question, that the business is in operation, so we assess the total cost just as the Weyerhaeuser has that's been incurred, not any additional liabilities. Is that not correct?
Yes.
Aren't those costs booked? Okay. Okay. All right. Well, that answers that one. And then, let's see. All right. Again, you've already stated you did not provide an income approach. Are you aware that according to Property Tax Rule 324C, the applicant, you, is required to adhere to the same value methodology as the assessor, meaning you did not provide any additional market evidence, just your own cost approach, which is similar to the assessors, and just articles. Is that correct, sir?
Yes,
You didn't
that's
provide
correct.
additional- And then I noted I'm just paraphrasing some of the articles, which speak to Revenue and Taxation Code 402.1, which you understand that deals with land assessment?
Yeah, I believe.
It does. Yeah, 402.1 deals with just land assessment. It doesn't talk about.
Yeah, I believe that's correct.
Okay, so you then realize that the subject property is classified as a fixture, which is an improvement.
That's
Which
correct.
the property was not assessed under Prop 13, which increases the market value up to 2% each year, assuming the market's rising.
Yeah.
So we recognized it as a fixture and not a land improvement where it would be subject to Prop 13. I just have my rebuttal. I have a written and an oral rebuttal since I wasn't sure what the applicant was going to say. Is the board ready for the rebuttal? I don't know if this cuts into your lunch break or.
Well, now it would be time for the board to ask their questions of the applicant, and then
Oh,
after
okay.
that,
I'm
it's
sorry.
time to present your side.
My bad.
And I think the assessor's rebuttal.
I think Ms.
Yeah.
Hill has something to say as well. But she's muted.
No.
No.
I was going to say, I think
Okay.
the assessor's rebuttal should come at the end after their during their closing remarks.
I agree.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Hill?
Sorry,
have
I
something-
was muted. I was trying to see if I could add a question or two to what Mr. Court has already asked. I'll try to keep it pretty short here. But I got a little distracted by being muted, so let me get back to my place here. Let's see. So I guess my only real question here is for the board. The applicant's own assertion was that he only provided a copy of the assessor's analysis and he provided articles. He admitted that he did not provide any independent evidence related to the full value of the property. In fact, the only evidence related to the value of the property that's been presented thus far is the cost that the applicant incurred in purchasing the equipment, which I believe was around 1.5 million, if I'm not mistaken. So that's really the only evidence of of what somebody would pay for this type of equipment. That's the only thing that Mr. Gangloff has presented. And so according to Property Tax Rule 321, the assessor would request that the board deny this for burden of production. Their own admission was that they did not comply with Part A, which requires that they present independent evidence, and Part F, as he had mentioned, they are in fact required to adhere to the same appraisal principles as the assessor. And so it doesn't seem as though any evidence has been submitted today that actually talks about the value by the applicant's own assertion. So I'd like to put that request to the board.
I believe we presented a cost approach, which is similar to what the county has currently on the roll value. I believe that suffices as independent evidence regarding this case.
Okay, does the board have any comments? I would like to hear the assessor side.
If your board would like, I could set up a closed session meeting for you to discuss the request before making a vote.
I think we should have advice of counsel.
Correct.
Are you asking for Ms. Gardner to weigh in now or in closed session?
That can be up to the chair.
Do we think we want to go behind closed doors and have this little conversation?
Yes.
Okay, then we should do that.
All right, board members, give me about 30 seconds. I will email you a link for a closed session. You will need to leave this Zoom meeting and rejoin on the link that I will email you momentarily.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Click leave.
Okay, Brendan, we're back. I don't know if we're all back, but
We have board members Sisk and Emily, but we do not have board members Little and Ferris yet.
okay. They'll be along shortly here.
We now have board member Little back, and now we just need board member Ferris.
Oh, I wonder if Miss Ferris got confused and went to lunch early. I thought we were clear.
Yeah.
I'll reach out to her right now. I mean, unless your board is comfortable proceeding without her and then going to lunch.
We could, I mean,
Brendan, can you let her know what time we would come back from lunch?
Yeah, I can reach out. Okay, so we can
Okay.
get back on the record. Give me just a
Okay.
second. All right, we're back on the record if you'd like to take it from here.
okay, the board can be met behind closed doors, and we feel that the applicant has met the burden of production, and we would like to hear the assessor's side. That said, it is now 12:07. The assessors has on record for taking about 30 minutes, and we're gonna have closing arguments on both sides plus questions. That's gonna probably lead us to about an hour. So I decided we would take lunch recess right now and reconvene around 1 o'clock and start then.
Right, so lunch until 1 p.m. Do we want to, we do have Mr. Neal for the tugboat appeals on Zoom. Do we want to check in with him real quick to see if he's ready to move forward today before we go to
Yeah,
lunch break?
let's-
That should only take a minute or two.
Yeah, let's do that real quick.
All right. Mr. Neal, if you're there, please press star then 6 to unmute yourself. Thank you. Can you
Hello.
hear us all right?
Yes, I hear you.
All right. And so for your 2 appeals, are you prepared to move forward today?
I will, yes.
Okay. And can you let us know about how long each of your presentations will take?
Not long, probably 10 minutes apiece.
Okay. And do we want to hear from the assessor as well, Mr. Sisk?
Yes. Does the assessor's office have any comments?
Yes, the assessor is prepared to move forward on Wheelhouse Holdings. Our presentation should take about 15 minutes. We are not prepared to move forward on Brusco Tug. We have received some data from the applicant on this, but we are still waiting for some other information that we've requested. So we would request that Brusco Tug be continued, with a proviso that the data be provided 30 days prior to the hearing if we go out to January 24th.
Okay, Mr. Neal, is it okay postponing the one and hearing the one?
Yes, that would be okay.
Okay.
I can fill in, there's just one blank and I can fill it in today if that would be acceptable, but I'm indifferent. I can present today or down the road.
I think if you could provide Ms. Shilley with the documentation she's requested. I know that she believes that your argument has some merit, but we do need the documentation as far as the costs associated with the issue, so we can take those into account in the valuation. We do think ultimately we'll be discussing a reduction. We just need the documentation. If you could provide it to Ms. Shilley so she has a chance to review it. We wouldn't have time to review it and make a determination today.
Okay, and there was just about one item, and it's relatively immaterial, but I have to get that to you then.
Yeah, if you could reach out to Ms. Shilley for exactly what she was looking for. I think there were 2 items at least on her list. The owner provided components of the vessel, and then I believe she was looking for some information related to the cost to transport it up to Washington.
Oh,
and to relocate the vessel.
That one has not been communicated to me, but the owner furnished materials has been communicated to me. It was but one item, a tow line.
Okay. Well, anyway, if you could reach out to Ms. Shilley and discuss that one, she'll be able to give you more detail on that.
We want to postpone that one or wait until trail that a little bit and see if it solves itself?
We could postpone them both and just do them at the same time if that's more convenient for you folks. I'm indifferent. I'll
that might be the easiest to hear them both at the same day. That way we don't have to have that much repetition. It'd be more efficient.
I agree, because the applicant will have to wait until we have one more case to hear. So rather than making the applicant wait, for his case to come today, why don't we postpone both?
Very well.
Is that agreement? Okay.
What date will that be?
We'll get there. Is January 24th okay?
Sure.
Okay. Looking for a motion. Are we doing both of these at once, or?
Well, clarify, did the assessor agreeable to continuing them both? I know we were initially talking about presenting on Wheelhouse Holdings. So
yeah, the assessor is prepared to present on Wheelhouse Holdings. We're fine presenting, or if the board and applicant prefer, we can continue it too. We might be running short on time, I think, once we do these 2 cases. So that might be prudent.
I think should we move them both to the 24th? And we only need the data exchange on the second one, correct?
If we're continuing the first one, we've received 0 data on Wheelhouse Holdings, but we went ahead and prepped a case. We did have information related to the original acquisition cost in our records, and so we went ahead and presented or prepared a case. But there is still some data requested if they're looking for a reduction from what we were suggesting.
Okay. So we'll start with the Wheelhouse property application 20-11253. Looking for a motion to postpone to January 24th with the proviso that any data requested be provided within 30 days.
So moved.
Second.
All right, for the vote, Board Member Ferris.
Yes.
Board Member Little.
Aye.
Board Member Sisk.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Application 20-11291. Looking for a motion to postpone to January 24th with the proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days.
Moved.
Second.
Thank you.
All right, for the vote, Board Member Ferris.
Yes.
Board Member Little.
Aye.
Board Member Sisk.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Mr. Neal, I just wanted to make sure, because I know there's some confusion about this in the past. So you understand within the next few days, you need to reach out to Ms. Shealy to confirm what they're requesting from you and then provide that to them by the end of December. Yeah, is that all good?
Yeah, we'll get right on it.
Thank you. All right, you're all set, Mr. Neal. Have a good day.
Bye.
Okay, I believe it's time for us to take a lunch break.
All right, and so the board plans to return at 1 or would 1:15?
What do we think? We need 1 or 1:15?
One is fine.
One is fine.
1 is fine.
Okay, and then I'll inform the second case that approximately 1:30 or 1:45, we will start their case approximately.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Enjoy your lunch break.
Thank you.
Okay.
Chair Sisk, I believe we have all the board members back whenever you're ready.
Okay, I'm all set whenever we are ready.
Mr. Gangloff, are you back?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. And Mr. Court, are you back? Yes.
Sir, Sam.
All right, board members. So I believe we're at the point where it was the time for board members to ask questions of the applicant's presentation.
Okay, I guess, yes, we were right there. Okay. Does the board have any questions of the applicant's presentation?
I have a quick one. How long were you in business before you had to put in this waste management? Do you know?
So they started business in Ventura County in 2004, I believe, and then the EPA lawsuit occurred in 2016 when they started to build the system.
Okay, thank you.
My question had been answered by the applicant. I wanted to verify that on the initial, I would assume there was a conditional use permit when the business started, but the waste management plant was not required as part of your original permit. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe there was a change. I'm not positive, but I believe that the EPA put out new regulations during the time of operation, which then made the plant unoperation, or deficient with having that system.
Okay.
Okay. That answers my questions too. Okay, now I believe it's time for the assessor's office to present their side.
All right, I'll go ahead and submit the assessor's exhibit A through Q into evidence. Give me just a moment.
If I could, I was about a minute late. Did I miss the board's questions to the applicant?
Yes, those were just
Yes.
completed.
We had two questions. Okay.
Sorry, it's giving me some trouble. That's because I have it open on two computers. There we go. Everyone should now have received the assessor's presentation. I'll go ahead and bring that up on the screen. All right, go ahead, Mr. Court, and just let me know when you'd like to change pages so we can all follow along with you.
Okay, so let's go to Exhibit A, page 2. I'm sorry, Brennan. Let's go on the red. I forgot to take those numbers out there on the left. Thank you, sir. Yeah. So I'm gonna. We already did the overview and we already did the burden of proof. I'm just gonna do the background. And Royal Wine Corp is an importer, producer, and distributor of kosher foods, wines, spirits, and liquors in the world. The findings, we've already hashed this, but I'm going to restate it. The assessor reviewed the applicant's issue concerning the assessment of the old chiller equipment. A statement of new construction was submitted to our commercial and industrial crew, which supports the removal of the old chiller cost and the removal of the demolition cost. The total cost removed is as followed. The old chiller equipment removal cost and acquisition date is $671,052, 2004 acquisition year. And the demolition cost removal and acquisition date is $15,000, acquisition date 2018. And it was our opinion that the removal cost doesn't add any value to the subject property. So those costs were removed. Okay, so the next page, we'll start with taxability. One of the issues identified by the assessor is the taxability of the applicant's equipment. Article 13, Section 1 of the California Constitution defines taxable property. Unless otherwise provided by this Constitution or the laws of the United States, all property is taxable and shall be assessed at the same percentage of fair market value. when a value standard other than fair market value is prescribed by the Constitution or by statute authorized by this Constitution, the same percentage shall be applied to determine the assessed value. The value to which the percentage is applied, whether it's fair market value or not, shall be known for property tax purposes as the full value. All properties so assessed shall be taxed in proportion to its full value. And I just want to reiterate before I talk some more. I'm only really addressing just the water treatment system. Okay, the assessor requested information requesting the applicant provide relevant revenue and taxation codes, property tax laws, annotations, and letters to assessors which would have stated the wastewater treatment system is exempt and or non-taxable. The assessor found no evidence this equipment should not be assessed. This taxable property may be defined as real property and personal property. Any equipment that directly applies to or augments the process or function of a trade, industry, or profession is assessable property. This includes special pipelines, pumps, tanks, and environmental equipment. The cost approach was used to value the wastewater treatment system along with the applicant's business equipment. It is the preferred method to valuation if the following conditions exist, which are no reliable sales data are available and no reliable income data are available. To date, no market information has been submitted for review to consider the sales comparison approach or the income approach. The assessor has also requested specific information from the applicant to provide information which supports their assertion the equipment is not accessible or has suffered obsolescence. So here we talk about the cost approach. In absence of reliable sales and income data, the cost approach assumes greater importance and is the best estimated value of the subject property. This methodology is outlined in Property Tax Rule 6 and is broken down into 3 basic steps. First, the full economic cost of the time of acquisition is determined. An appropriate index factor is applied based on type of industry and or type of property being assessed. Equipment index factors are developed for use in mass appraisals for converting original costs to estimates of reproduction costs or replacement costs new. Index factors are used to adjust the historical cost for price level changes since the property was acquired. Pardon me. Finally, the percent good factors recognize typical depreciation and obsolescence and are applied to the index cost to arrive at current market value of the property. The percent good represents the remaining benefits of an asset. The percent good factors recommended by the State Board of Equalization include a normal amount of physical deterioration, normal functional obsolescence, and to the extent that is normal economic obsolescence. And that's actually found in Assessor's Handbook 582, page 22. The applicant has contested the use of the cost approach, but no market data was provided to the assessor except for articles. The next paragraph deals with the recommendation from the California Assessors Association, also the CAA, as abbreviated. Prior to any mathematical computation, the appropriate lives must be reviewed, which are based on the type of equipment used or the industry the applicant is in. The CAA recommends lives that assessors should use in conjunction with the 581 factors. The CAA publishes a position paper, business assessment factors annually, which incorporate the factors published in the Board of Equalization's Assessor's Handbook 581. In mass appraisal situations, estimating life for each piece of equipment is not practical. Therefore, average service life is not generally estimated on an individual basis. The State Board of Equalization defines average service life or economic life as a measure of period over which certain types of personal property and fixtures are expected to be usable with normal repairs and maintenance. It is a probable life expectancy. The following life was used for the water treatment system. It was classified under, it was reported under A1 M&E, food processing equipment, or wine equipment specifically, which is a 15-year industrial life. The applicant has not contested the lives used to assess the water treatment system. Valuation, Summary, the assessor found no evidence to support the applicant's position. The water treatment equipment is exempt from property tax. Furthermore, the assessor has requested from the applicant to provide evidence to support the exclusion of the equipment from the Revenue and Taxation Code, property tax rules, letters to the assessors, or any additional information that was relevant. Revenue and Taxation Code 110 states full cash value A, except as otherwise provided in section 110.1. Full cash value or fair market value means the amount of cash or equivalent the property would bring if exposed for sale in the open market, under condition which buyers nor sellers could take advantage of the contingencies of other. The reported costs were trending following life guidelines recommended by the California Assessors Association 2020 Position Paper Business Assessment Factors, which is consistent with the 2020 Assessor's Handbook 581. Based on the information in his possession and consistent with Revenue and Taxation Code Section 501 and Sims versus Pope, the assessor recommends the following values for the lien date 2020, which is on the next page. Again, this recognizes the removal of the old chiller equipment and the removal of the $15,000 in demolition costs that was on the applicant's records. So there's our recommended value for trade fixtures, $2,492,200, and for personal property, $2,748,000. And then I just wanted to go over a few exhibits, or did you want to allow the applicant to ask questions about this?
Why don't you go ahead and complete your presentation and then we'll let us ask questions.
Okay. All right, let's see. So we'll go to exhibit D, Brendan. And I'll just briefly go through this. Again, this is from the CEA. This is just from the CEA.
Sorry, I'm trying to find D. There's D.
It's all right.
Go ahead.
We go to that, yeah. So just go to page 23. This is how to use the commercial index. This is table 2. It's an industrial type of property, so we use the indexes published by the CEA. And we go to the next few pages. One, we go to specifically 26, Brendan. Again, this is the percent goods based on the lives chosen. So we have the 15-year life. It has all kinds of lives, but for this type of property, we use the 15. And then if we go to page 28, Brendan, so there's the life from the CEA recommends a 15-year life, except for tanks. So that's where we got our lives from, is from the California Assessors Association. Then if we can go through E. If we can go to
what page is that? What page does that start on?
Starts on 29.
All right. Sorry. Next page.
That's all right. No, take your time. Don't worry about it. So it's 30. Let's go to 31. So the BOE publishes this Assessor's Handbook 581 annually. And all of this is a different, very completely different type of industry, where semiconductor manufacturing equipment and fixtures classification guidelines. If you go to page 32, so where I've highlighted, it does tell the assessor to assess liquid waste storage and treatment systems. And again, I went through the revenue and taxation codes, the laws, the exemptions, non-taxable stuff. I saw nothing that says not to assess it. And then let's see. Yeah, why don't we go to G? And we go to page 40. And I just want to read the top where it's highlighted. Market data may also be used to develop such factors when data are available, when it's talking about the variations to the cost approach. It is important for an appraiser to recognize the limitations of the cost approach in regard to a specific property because adjustments may be needed or a different approach to value utilized. The annual business property statement allows property owners to identify all property specific conditions that would warrant an adjustment beyond normal appreciation and depreciation guidelines. So the assessor is aware that the cost approach may not capture all the abnormal functional external obsolescence. It really is up to the applicant to provide market data first to make an adjustment to the assessor's cost approach, or if they've done an income approach to value or a sales comparison. So we do recognize there's other methods. We do understand there's limitations to the cost approach, but it's up to the applicant to provide market evidence to make those type of adjustments. And then you go to G, which starts on 42, Brendan. And then specifically 45. So the third bullet down, which starts with market evidence, it says to date, and it'll be the third bullet down. I specifically requested market evidence such as comparable sales or income data which support your position. You know, this equipment suffers from additional abnormal external obsolescence. And then you go to page 47, Brendan. I gave this to the applicant. We did get a statement of new construction that the chiller equipment was to be demolished by 10/7/18. And I did note that on that same page, demolition cost was $15,000, which I netted. So that was my source document to remove the chiller equipment and the demolition cost. And then H is my rebuttal. I don't know if you want me to start with the rebuttal or I give the applicant a chance to ask questions about the presentation.
Well, it's either part of your presentation or part of your closing statements. It's your call.
We will need to give the applicant an opportunity to ask questions, Chair Sisk, so maybe it'd be best if you just go through it now.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So, okay, I'll go through my rebuttal, Brendan. Is that what you're saying? Or you want the
right?
I didn't quite
Yes. Right. So the second part is just closing statements. So if you have information contrary to what the applicant presented, that would be part of your presentation that you present now.
I better do it now because it's a long rebuttal. So, okay, so the rebuttal to the applicant's information, as I've already stated with Article 13, this is page 55, Brendan. All properties taxable or assessable unless it is exempt by the Constitution of the statutes. This taxable property may be defined as real property and personal property. As I already stated, any equipment that directly applies to or augments the process or function of a trade, industry, or profession is accessible property. This includes special pipelines, pumps, tanks, and environmental equipment. The view of Article 13, Section 3 lists the types of property which is exempt, non-taxable. The assessor found no provisions the subject property should not be assessed. New construction. Revenue and Taxation Code, Section 50 requires that the value for newly constructed property be entered on the lien date exceeding the date of completion of the new construction. Revenue and Taxation Code, Section 70 defines new construction as any addition to real property, whether land or improvements, including fixtures, since the last lien date. The water treatment system equipment in question was a new fixture that was installed in 2016 through the 2019 calendar year to meet new EPA regulations. Therefore, the value of the system was first entered on the roll on 2017. While the water treatment system clearly meets the definition of accessible new construction as fixture, the applicant argues that the system should not be assessed due to it being a rehabilitation or modernization of the water treatment, and argues that such modernization does not add value based on articles submitted, but no market evidence was ever provided. R&TC Section 70B clearly indicates that any rehabilitation, renovation, or modernization that converts a new improvement or fixture is a major rehabilitation of that improvement or fixture. A substantial equivalent of new is also considered new construction and assessable under the law. According to Assessment Appeals Handbook, it's in Exhibit N, renovation is defined as making a property into new condition, while modernization means taking corrective measures to bring the property into conformity and or acquiring new assets when changing style, whether exterior or interior, or additions necessary to meet the standards or current demand. Modernization normally involves replacing part of the structure or mechanical equipment and or additions with modern replacements of some kind. For property tax purposes, modernization implies curing functional obsolescence and physical deterioration to the degree that the structure or fixture is substantially equivalent to new after modernization has been completed. Prior to new regulations the applicant had in place in 2004 water treatment system. The additional water treatment system that was acquired during calendar year 2016 is new construction and has also modernized the system to the substantial equivalent of new. When this like newness is achieved, modernization qualifies as new construction as defined by Revenue and Taxation Code 70. However, the new water treatment system, that's the next page, Brendan, on 56. However, the new water treatment system meets the simple definition of new construction as outlined in Revenue and Taxation Code Section 70. It is not necessary to determine if it is a rehabilitation, renovation, or modernization. No matter which way you look at it, the applicant's water treatment systems add value to the applicant's operation and is accessible new construction under the code. The assessor opines as a lien date 2020, and as the applicant testified, the applicant has cured their own obsolescence. The assessor reviewed AH 581 where BOE provided listed examples from a completely different industry of a class of assets, which included water treatment systems as assessable property. And that was the last exhibit we talked about with the semiconductor. Exclusions from new construction. Again, this is the Assessment Appeals Manual, Exhibit N, pages 68 through 70. Constitutional amendments adopted and statutory interpretations of Article 13A have permitted several exclusions from fair market value reassessment at the time of new construction. They include specified seismic retrofitting and earthquake hazard mitigation technologies applied to existing buildings, modifications to make an existing building or structure more accessible to a severely and permanently disabled person, timely construction of property damaged or destroyed by misfortune or calamity, with the property after reconstruction is substantially equivalent to its state prior to the misfortune, underground storage tanks that must be improved, upgraded, or replaced to comply with federal, state, and local regulations at time of reconstruction of structures or a portion thereof, required as a consequence of the foregoing where the structure or portion thereof is substantially equivalent to the prior structure in size, function, and utility. So this was the only thing I really found with when it comes to fixtures is underground storage tanks, which typically affects gas stations. Construction or installation of fire protection system in existence under R&T Code 74, repair or replacement of contaminated property, specify construction or addition of any active solar systems. The new water treatment system does not meet any of these exclusions and therefore is accessible new construction. Approaches to value. The assessor requested market evidence support from the applicant's assertion the water treatment system does not add value and or suffers additional, also known as abnormal, functional and economic obsolescence above and beyond the assessor's cost approach. Except for articles submitted by the applicant's agent, no market data or approaches to value have been submitted for the assessor to review. The assessor used the cost approach to value the subject property per Property Tax Rule 324C. We're on the next page, Brendan, page 57. Pardon me. The applicant has not shown the water treatment system under appeal has suffered a loss in value from functional obsolescence and or external obsolescence. Functional obsolescence is defined per the American Society of Appraisers, the Fundamentals of Appraising Machinery and Technical Assets, 2nd edition, as a loss of value to a reduction to the usefulness due to the inefficiencies or inadequacies when compared to a more efficient or less costly replacement property that new technology has developed. And again, this is a newer technology. Economic obsolescence is defined per ASA 2nd edition as the loss of value or usefulness for property caused by factors external to the property. Furthermore, Assessor's Handbook 582, page 22 states, since percentage factors are not computed according to the causes of depreciation, it is impossible to quantify the portion of the indicated value loss that is due to the various causes. However, we can say that the factors include a normal amount of physical deterioration, normal functional obsolescence, and to the extent that is normal economic obsolescence. The applicant has never provided an analysis the equipment suffers from abnormal obsolescence. Except for the 2004 system, the new water treatment system was placed in service after the EPA required the applicant to upgrade their system. It's the opinion of the assessor the new water treatment system did not suffer from functional obsolescence or economic obsolescence, but rather cured its business operations. For the new water treatment system to have suffered from functional and or economic obsolescence, the asset would have had been placed in service prior to the regulation, not after. Supporting documentation. These are types of, and I'm just going to go through the types of documentation that we typically look for. An obsolescence study must be evaluated based on its merits. It must be consistent with basic economic theory, sound appraisal methods, and applicable property tax statutes and regulations. Obsolescence can potentially have many causes and methods of quantifying its impact on value. When claiming obsolescence, the actual issue should be stated and accompanied with market support to the assessor. Studies, analysis, and or statements of fact for claiming obsolescence should be substantiated with verifiable evidence to the assessor to make an informal judgment concerning the proper value to be ascribed to the property being assessed. Methods measuring obsolescence include, but are not limited to, an appraisal report, the breakdown method. This method measures depreciation according to its separate sources, physical, functional, and or economic obsolescence. Each type of depreciation is deducted separately in specific order, and that's in Exhibit P. An income shortfall study. An income study is based on the premise that a property's obsolescence may be measured by comparing its potential or once expected income stream with its actual or newly projected income stream. Obsolescence may be estimated by discounting to present value excess costs associated with operating the subject property versus a more efficient substitute. Inutility study. This study measures obsolescence by comparing the property's capacity to its level and adjusting the results of economies of scale. This method seeks to measure the property's loss of utility via the economic obsolescence. An economic life study. An economic life study attempts to measure obsolescence by comparing the property's functional life with the remaining physical life. Estimation of its functional life must be reported with verifiable data. And you can actually ask for a study by filling out BOE Form 401 to look at that, which was probably the proper method that the taxpayer should have done to determine if a shorter life would be needed to account for additional functional and external obsolescence. Two common methods of estimating additional functional obsolescence, if present, include an analysis of excess capital costs and or analysis of excess operating expenses. Functional obsolescence due to excess capital costs. If a property's replacement cost is less than its reproduction cost, excess operating costs may be present. Excess cost represents the decreased capital investment required to obtain the most economical new property to perform. Functional obsolescence due to excess operating expenses. Calculating operating obsolescence involves a comparison of the operating characteristics of the subject property to its modern equivalent. Symptoms suggesting the presence of external obsolescence include the following, but are not limited to: excess operating expenses. This measures the external obsolescence is caused by excess operating expenses that are external to the factors. This is analogous to the method that is used to measure functional obsolescence due to the excess operating expenses by internal factors. There is great difficulty in measuring external obsolescence, which can be a weakness of the cost approach. However, external factors, which include cost of materials, labor, or utilities, can be measured in the income approach. Analysis of industry returns. This compares the returns in invested capital in the industry the subject property operates into returns of general or all industries. Gross margin analysis, we would have looked at that. Compares the gross margins of past to current gross margins and show how the gross margins are declining. So basically what I'm going over is just various attempts to look at additional functional and abnormal obsolescence, whether external, functional, actually even physical. But we've got no market data from the applicant to support that there's additional abnormal obsolescence. The applicant would have to submit documentation above and beyond what was submitted during the 2020 audit. No market evidence was provided to the assessor for additional functional and or economic obsolescence. The percent good factors recommended by the State Board of Equalization include a normal amount of physical deterioration, no more functional obsolescence, and to the extent that it is normal economic obsolescence. Since percent good factors are not computed according to causes of depreciation, it is impossible to quantify the portion of the indicated value loss that is due to various causes. The applicant provided a court case from the state of Washington, which is inapplicable to California's property tax laws. However, the assessor did note that Weyerhaeuser did provide an income approach as well as a cost approach to value as market evidence to the Washington assessor. In that case, Weyerhaeuser spent $8.7 million of cost for an oxygen delignification system, which only $5.5 million of costs have been incurred, construction in progress, as of January 1st, 1990 lien date. The remaining $3.2 million was an obligation to complete the oxygen delignification system it had not incurred yet, which was added to the 1990 Gray Harbor County assessment. The Supreme Court of Washington allowed the deduction of the $3.2 million from the applicant's income approach or cost approach based on the fact that the $3.2 million represented the cost to cure the remaining plan as it was uncompleted work. That being said, this assessor deals with the pertinent property tax laws, rules, annotations, and letters to the assessor that affect valuations in the state of California. The applicant has not shown that the subject property water treatment system under appeal has suffered a loss in value from external causes. Just mere articles that talk about obsolescence from a general point of view, which is not specific to the subject property. Both types of obsolescence require examination of the property's valuation via market evidence, which the applicant has not done. Based on the applicant's fixed asset list, this water treatment system was completed in 2019. Therefore, in the opinion of the assessor, the applicant has cured their own functional and or external obsolescence. Environmental compliance remediation. One of the applicant's articles discusses mandatory environmental compliance as a form of obsolescence. The article states environmental protection statutes, which require a property owner to take measures or remediate contamination, constitute restrictions on land with the meaning of Revenue and Taxation Code 402.1. Revenue and Taxation Code 402.1 specifically states, in the assessment of land, the assessor shall consider the effect upon value of any enforceable restrictions to which the use of land may be subject. This property, the subject property, is classified as a fixture. Fixtures are a type of improvement, not land. RNTC Code 105 defines improvements as all buildings, structures, fixtures, and fences erected on or affixed to the land, all fruit, nut-bearing or ornamental trees and vines not of natural growth, and not exempt from taxation except for date palms. And I forgot to put this in there, but under 461E, I believe, fixtures are a separate appraisal unit when it's used to augment the process of a business. So that's where we use the assessor's cost approach, where it's valued annually. The fixture in question was never subject to Prop 13. Accountant's depreciation versus appraised value. The applicant provided an article which was not in his exhibit in today's testimony, but I addressed it anyways. The applicant provided an article, when does a capital expenditure increase market value? The applicant alludes based on the article that capital expenditures do not add value to their operation. As already discussed under new construction, in the opinion of the assessor, they do add value with the exception of those items previously listed. The accountant focuses on depreciating an asset based on generally accepted accounting principles, which provide various methods of depreciating an asset. Typically, the accountant depreciates an asset over its expected use, which typically does not correlate with the actual probable useful life of an asset. Financial Accounting Standards Board 144 addresses financial accounting for the impairment of long-lived assets. An impairment write-down is not a prerequisite to recognize additional obsolescence beyond the assessor's cost approach. However, where there are a claim of substantial obsolescence, an impairment write-down would be supportive of such claim, which I reviewed the fixed asset list. I saw no impairment. No financial documentation provided by the applicant supports the water treatment system is impaired, nor have they discussed this issue with the assessor. Again, the assessor found no impairment on the applicant's books and records for the wastewater system. Unlike real property, personal property, except for manufactured homes and floating homes, is not governed by base year value limitations of Article 13A of the California Constitution. Is valued annually based on recommendations from the California Assessors Association. The Assessor's Office, in compliance with Revenue and Taxation Code 110, values personal property and trade fixtures based on recognized methods, one being the cost approach to value. Market value is unrelated to net book value, which is reflected on the assessee's books and records. Fair market value is defined in appraisal terms as net book value, as defined in accounting terms, are separate concepts. Any similarity is merely coincidental. Again, the applicant took that article out, but I addressed it anyways. Summary. It is important to determine the causes of obsolescence prior to making any adjustments. The applicant has failed to take into account that the percent good factors recommended by the State Board of Equalization include a normal amount of physical deterioration, normal functional obsolescence, and to the extent that is normal economic obsolescence. Again, that's from the Assessor's Handbook 582, page 22. The applicant proposes a further adjustment for functional and or economic obsolescence through the assessor's cost approach to value. However, there is no evidence to suggest the subject property suffers from abnormal extraordinary obsolescence. Just purporting something via articles doesn't constitute proper documentation. The articles may suggest various types of obsolescence, but never a methodology how to account for it. The assessor requested via 441D demand letter market evidence to support the applicant's assertion. Furthermore, the assessor opines that water treatment systems are required for all business engaged in this type of operation. It is necessary to operate in the state of California, therefore affecting all competitors evenly. Capital improvements, in our opinion, which add value to the plant operations, are part of the cost approach to value. Given a choice between two entities who engage in the same industry based on the principle of substitution, a knowledgeable buyer, considering all things being equal except for the water treatment system, will pay more for a property that has a modernized water treatment system. The documents provided to the applicant are unreliable and irrelevant and should not be considered. The applicant provides no methodology except for a cost approach that was similar to the assessor's. The only evidence the applicant provided to the assessors is how much they paid for the water treatment system. And let me just really look over. I think that really. Yeah, that concludes my presentation. The other exhibits are for you to look at if you have any additional questions, where I got the information from.
Okay, thank you. Does the applicant have any questions with the assessor's office presentation?
Yes, I do. For your presentation, did you provide income statement or sales comparison analysis?
Did I provide that to you? No, I did not provide you a sales or income approach.
And today at the board, you did not also, correct?
There was no income or sales comparable to do. So the only thing that I can provide you was with the assessor's cost approach.
Okay, just wanted to confirm that we're doing this the same. Is it your belief that we are requesting an exemption for these assets?
It's my belief that you are requesting a zero valuation, whether it's exemption or non-taxable. So either or, I'm not 100% sure what your position was until earlier testimony. You said you were not requesting an exemption.
Okay.
I suspect you're asking it to be non-taxable based on your assertion that there's additional functional obsolescence.
Okay. And then did the county, prior to putting this equipment in, reduce the market value for a functional obsolescence calculation before these assets were put in?
You had never requested it. You have noted it in the 2017 and 2018 and 2019 appeals, which you withdrew this issue. So I made no adjustment.
Okay.
To clarify, this water treatment equipment was never assessed prior to the installation of it.
Miss Hill, your microphone's up on your side. You got to pull it down.
Okay. Having microphone issues today. I just wanted to clarify that the assessor didn't assess this equipment until it was installed.
Okay. But prior to it being installed, there was no reduction in value for a cost to cure adjustment.
The assessor valued the equipment in place as of each lien date.
Okay. And then, Mr. Court, you stated several times that this equipment cured the obsolescence.
Yes, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Just that you had stated that this cured the obsolescence, and therefore, is it your position that there was obsolescence there prior to putting this in?
That may have been an issue, but I stated before you withdrew the issues for the 17, 18, 19 appeals. You dropped that issue. That's a possibility. You could have brought that up. As Ms. Hill's already testified, we only assessed the amount that was already accrued.
Okay.
Nothing, we didn't.
I think the confusion here is the way you're looking at it is you're assuming that the assessor valued all the equipment in place plus the water treatment equipment prior to the installation of the water treatment equipment, and then you're requesting that we should have then backed off an amount for this equipment that didn't exist. Well, we never assessed it, so there would be no reason to make a deduction. Inherently, when this equipment was added, it added value to the operations because now you can operate as a functional winery. You couldn't do that prior or you wouldn't have gotten sued.
Okay, and then so as you mentioned, so prior to putting this in, the equipment wasn't assessed by the county. However, in a normal cost approach, you're aware that an upcoming cost to cure should be reduced from the market value.
As I
In anticipated costs, if the anticipated costs are known, then they should be reduced from the market value based on the cost approach.
I think you're mixing up your approaches to value here. The assessor valued the equipment in place as of each lien date.
That's correct.
I agree with that statement. My question was regarding on the previous lien dates where, you know, before they put this equipment in and there was an impending cost to the company. In a normal cost approach, you would, or would you normally have a functional obsolescence penalty equal to the cost to cure?
That is not typical appraisal methodology for the cost approach. You would take into account expenses in an income approach, such as that. You would look at, you could do a discounted cash flow, you could look at what the future expenses might be, and you would deduct them. Say you knew in year 3 that you would have this big extraordinary expense. In a discounted cash flow, that would be where you would take that cost off. In this case, we're only actually valuing the equipment in place as of each lien date. So that wouldn't be appropriate, because in this case, it added value when you put the equipment in, or you wouldn't be able to operate. So it inherently added value to add this equipment.
Okay, and then it
just
was
wanna
also
add-
stated, okay,
wait,
go
can I
ahead,
just
Todd.
add-
Yep.
add, because you came up with this during the 2017 and 2018 and 2019 appeals. You never provided any information for us to even do a deduction via the income approach, and so you subsequently dropped that issue.
I believe that we've always just been working with the cost approach, and it's typical in my findings that in a cost approach, there would be a deduction to the market value if there was an impending cost to cure adjustment, if there's an inadequacy within the property.
That's true. Then why did you drop the 2019 appeal? Why didn't you pursue this further?
I believe we had other issues going on with that appeal that we wanted to get taken care of, and we did with you guys. So continuing on, the trend factors that the county has used, it was stated that there was a 4.5% rate of return expected from these assets. What would you, did you guys do any trend factors with a negative rate of return for?
No. So since you didn't provide me any market evidence, there's no reason why I would deviate from the assessor's cost approach.
Okay. Would you agree that a physical deficiency that makes the property inoperable, would that facility have functional obsolescence attached to it in general?
I'd have to look at, in general, I'd have to look at the property and see what the issues were. You're generalizing, and I don't want to generalize on this specific piece of property.
Okay. And then I know you'd stated that this is a new wastewater system, and that companies would pay more for this type of asset. Is there any evidence that you provided for comparable sales or anything to show that this asset would make a property sell for more than the regular market value?
Well, Josh, I didn't have anything specific to this property, but I looked at a house that was dilapidated and one that was in pristine condition. Someone's going to pay more for a pristine house than one that's dilapidated. So
Okay.
this, in my opinion, this
would be like a dilapidated.
I don't know. I'm just saying. I was just generalizing, Josh. No,
Okay.
The assessor didn't do a sales comparison approach, Mr. Gangloff.
Okay. And then on page 40 of your exhibit, I just kind of wanted to go over. It stated in the highlighted portion. Oh yeah, sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
This is from Assessor's Handbook 504, and it states that all property specific conditions. I just wanted to confirm that you added the must provide market evidence that wasn't there before.
Yeah, that was my opinion. I did add that. That's correct.
Okay.
But it does say market data may be also used to develop such factors when data are available. So we looked at market evidence.
Okay.
And the market evidence that we have suggests that the applicant themselves paid a significant amount to install the equipment in question.
And then on page 58 of your exhibit.
Okay, let me just get over there. All right.
It had, let's see. Oh, you had stated that we should have requested a BOE Form 401 to look into the life of the asset. I just wanted to confirm with you that the life of the asset is not in contention today.
Right, but I'm just saying, well, here's what the percent goods factors do. They have a certain percentage of physical, functional, and external obsolescence built into it, as I stated earlier. If you believe that the functional obsolescence is greater, yet you don't have market data, you could submit this form to the BOE and they can do a study on water treatment systems. And maybe the life would be different. But as far as now, as I showed earlier in my presentation, as it stands, the CA recommends equipment used in wineries, except for tanks, a 15-year industrial life.
Okay. And then, so as I mentioned before, and as you had mentioned, that you believe that this asset had cured the obsolescence at the facility. So would you agree that there was not normal functional obsolescence at the facility?
I would agree that your client's property suffered. They had some type of obsolescence. They had to cure it. I believe that the water treatment system has cured that obsolescence, so they can keep the business running and going.
Okay. And then also on page 58 here, you had presented that excess operating expenses would be used for determining external obsolescence. I believe you agree. And so you saw that the applicant had provided the excess operating costs related to this equipment.
You mean, okay, so when you mean excess operating expenses, you mean the actual book cost?
Correct.
Could you? Well, the book cost is evident of what you paid for it.
I mean, in the exhibit showing the year to date or the full year of operation expenses that we presented.
Oh, that short cash flow? I didn't get that. I told you I didn't have that. I'm sure you've incurred some expenses like every other business does.
Yeah, there was no evidence presented that any expenses incurred were excess in what a typical winery operation would incur. As you stated, it's required that you have this equipment, and therefore a typical winery would incur similar expenses. So there's no evidence to suggest that anything was excessive.
And then, so in your opinion, if, as you had mentioned that you believe that there was some external or functional or external obsolescence with this equipment, you believe that
not with this equipment, but the facility, there was probably
with the facility,
some, but
correct. But with the facility, once it was cured, it would bring it to more than the original market value?
It's very possible. I don't have any comparable sales to say you're right or wrong. I don't have an income approach.
I think the simple answer here is the facility was worth less without the water treatment equipment, and it was worth more with the water treatment equipment, and that's what the assessor's valuation reflects.
Okay. I believe that's all that I have.
Okay, thank you. Does the board have any questions of the assessor's office?
I have sort of just an odd question. When there is a governmental restriction placed on a business, at that point, is there any sort of an adjustment to be made to the business?
Can I answer that one, Todd?
I
I think that's a really good question, Ms. Little. You know, one of the things I was thinking about as I was listening to the applicant's presentation is he did talk a lot about the government required him to do this. The government required him to do this. But if we think about, in very simple terms, we could think about a restaurant. the government requires that restaurants have sinks with hot water so they can wash the dishes appropriately. The government requires that they have a certain level of exhaust fan, above the stove so smoke doesn't fill the room. I don't think anybody would argue that the sink or the exhaust fan didn't have value because the government required it. Quite simply, just because it's a government regulation doesn't make it not accessible or not have value. To the contrary, they're required to have it, and if they don't have it, they can't operate. And so without it, without that equipment, the property is worth less. In this case, they have to have it. So if they don't have it, they can't operate. So it adds value to the operations to have it, just like an exhaust fan over a stove in a restaurant would add value to that operation because they're allowed to continue operating. And of course, the exhaust fan has value.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
Chair Sisk, if the board doesn't have any questions, I just have a quick clarification question for the assessor.
Okay, absolutely.
I think it's on page 5. I just want to make sure I understand this. The assessor's recommending a reduction in this case. Is that correct? The format's a little different than we're used to.
So yes, that is a reduction.
Okay.
Mr. Gainliff and I both agree that the chiller cost was removed, and I found additional evidence that they booked the demolition cost to remove the chiller equipment was actually booked, and that should be removed as well from the assessment.
Okay, so the audited value is what's currently enrolled, and the 2020 recommended value, you're recommending this board order a reduction to at least that amount.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if there's no other questions from the board, I believe it's time for the assessor's office to make their closing statements.
Okay. It's less than a page, so it should go quick. When valuing real property, I'll just take this. So I'm facing you guys. When valuing real property and or personal property, the assessor must determine the fair market value of the portion of the property being valued for each lien date, whether it's new construction and or new equipment acquired preceding to the lien date assessment. The same methods and principles apply to when valuing completed capital improvements, such as the cost approach, sales comparison approach, and income approach. Every assessor shall assess all property subject to general property taxation at its full value per Revenue and Taxation Code 401. The statute is mandatory. In order to perform this duty, an assessor may request information and records regarding the property. A 441D request was sent to the applicant to produce market evidence. The applicant has not produced any market evidence for the assessor to deviate from the assessor's cost approach, as no income and or sales comparison approaches were provided. In general, the aforementioned approaches are of limited use because this type of property is not producing any income and it's difficult to find comparable sales, i.e. water treatment systems. The only market evidence the assessor has in their position is the actual cost of the equipment. By law, the assessor is required to assess the value of all taxable property in the county. For this reason, the cost approach was used to value the water treatment system. The applicant has provided articles suggesting the property, the water treatment system itself doesn't add value due to obsolescence, whether functional obsolescence and or external obsolescence. These types of obsolescence must be supported with adequate documentation such as market evidence. The applicant suggests that this property does not generate income. However, they did not do an income approach to value. Furthermore, if you do an income approach, the appraisal unit would be the entire group of equipment, and as an appraisal unit, it would inherently be worth more with the water treatment equipment than without it. The applicant talked a lot about the system was required by government regulations, and so it was just cost to cure. However, government regulations also require that restaurants have sinks and hot water or stoves with the proper exhaust fans. That doesn't make the sink or exhaust equipment non-accessible or not worth anything. Instead, the very fact that the equipment is required to operate tells us that it inherently adds value to the operation. Again, the assessor only ever valued equipment that existed on the lien date. And on the lien date in question, the applicant had wastewater treatment equipment that inherently adds value to the operations. The applicant provided articles suggesting the property itself doesn't add value to obsolescence, whether functional or economic. The percent good factors already include a normal amount of physical deterioration, normal functional obsolescence, and to the extent it's normal economic obsolescence. Again, I have to reiterate, no market evidence was ever provided to make an adjustment to the assessor's cost approach. The assessor has followed the California Revenue and Taxation Codes and property tax laws and has found no exemption for the water treatment system. The assessor opines market value of the plant in compliance with environmental regulation is greater than an identical plant not in compliance. That concludes our presentation and conclusion.
Okay, thank you very much. Now it's time for the applicant to make your closing statements.
Yeah, so we talked a lot about today about the value of this equipment, and I don't want to confuse the board that, you know, the applicant, the assessor's office and us, we both agree that it adds value. We just have a different starting point. The assessor's office doesn't want to give us that reduction prior to putting this cost in. If they did that, and then it would just restore the value. That's not saying that we wanted to have this property exempt. We're just having a different starting point for this appeal. The assessor's office has agreed and confirmed a few times that these assets cured obsolescence within the facility itself. We're not saying that the assets themselves are functionally obsolete. We're saying that the costs used there are curing the facility back up to its original market value. What the assessor's office would like to do is not give us any credit for the reduction because you don't have those costs in, but they want to increase it for what you put into the facility. So going back to my, car example, the assessor, if it's a $10,000 Kelley Blue Book car, the county would like to say that even though you have to put $1,000 into it, well, now the market value is $11,000 versus what really should have been a $9,000. You add the $1,000 and you're back to the market value. So that $1,000 is what this wastewater treatment is. It should have been a negative $1 million adjustment to the property once the EPA sued the client, stating that they needed this to operate. And once they put that equipment in, increased the market value by $1 million back to the original market value, just restore the value. The assessor has talked about restaurants with exhaust fans and needing that for government regulation. They stated that a comparable restaurant that doesn't have these exhaust fans in them would have a lesser value than the market for a traditional restaurant. And we agree with that, but they're not giving us the credit for prior to putting this wastewater system in. We're stating that because they had to put the wastewater system in due to government regulation, that prior to that date, there should have been a negative adjustment to the market value, which we never received. And once that happened, we bring it back up to the normal market value. So we're saying there's a value added in the terms of it was the cost to cure from a negative 1 million to a positive or to a zero back to the market value. The assessor's office and the applicant have stated that this is not an income producing property. The present value, the market value of an asset is how much you're going to collect over this asset over the given life and rate of return. If this is not an income producing property, then the market value should be 0 or negative. And that's essentially what we're saying, is that these assets are only costing the company more money, but it's less than shutting down the business completely. As I mentioned, we're stating that the facility was impaired prior to this, and that, you know, the assessor and us agree that there was a cost to cure for the wastewater management system, that once it was put in, then it cured the obsolescence. So if it's curing the obsolescence from a negative back to the market value, that's what our argument is here today. And that's all I got.
Okay, thank you very much. I think the board will probably take all these testimony behind closed doors and make a decision later. And we'll probably move on and hear the next case next, and then go behind closed doors on both cases at the end of the day. And Brandon will inform you of our decision once we make it. He'll probably reach out to you tomorrow, I imagine. Hopefully we'll get through these today.
Okay.
All right, well, thank you very much.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you. Take care.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
All right, is the board ready for the next case, or would you like any type of recess? I do have
what, 5 minutes? Are we ready to go?
I would appreciate a 5-minute
Okay, 5 minutes.
recess. Thank you.
to return at 2:10.
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, Chair Sisk, I see Board Member Little. I see Dan and Chris Tobias. Mr. Phillips, are you representing the assessor's office? I see Ms. Hill there.
Yes.
Is it both you two?
It'll be Brooke and I today. Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right, Chair Sisk, are we ready to go?
Yes, I believe we are.
All right. All right. So I think we're good. I'm going to start by placing Dan and Chris Tobias and the assessor's representatives under oath. When I complete reading your oath, please state I do. Please raise your right arm. You and each of you to solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give in the matters now pending before this board will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you. So as the parties stated, this is a dispute regarding providing documents requested by the assessor's office. I believe it would be best to start with the assessor laying out what they're requesting. And then that way we have a foundation before we get into why the applicant is contesting that. Unless anyone objects, then we can start by submitting the assessor's exhibits first.
And can we just confirm the formatting? Are we going to have either party present their information? Is there going to be any questions back and forth between the parties?
Yes. Depending on who has the burden of proof, one side will present their case first, then there'll be questions. The other side will present, there'll be questions, and then each side will take turns presenting their closing arguments.
Chair Sisk, I should clarify, this isn't a typical hearing on valuation.
Yes.
So the applicant would have the burden of proof because it's a commercial property, but I don't think it necessarily makes sense for them to go first because they're contesting the assessor's request, but your board doesn't know what the assessor's request is. So I don't know if Ms. Hill objects to that. I just feel like it'd be best to lay the groundwork first.
I think that's ideal for the assessor to go through, what we're requesting, and then they can explain why they're disputing it. And then if we need to add anything to that, then we can at that point.
That sounds good.
Yeah, we prefer to present our issues in summary and not line item by line item. Our report will go over each of the issues.
Excuse me for interrupting, but I have a note here. We do want findings of fact on this one. Is that correct?
Yes.
I see Ms. Gardner has her camera on. Did you have something to add before we? Okay.
I was just going to add that there isn't really a burden of proof on this procedural issue, so it doesn't really matter. There's not a party that needs to go first. I think what Brendan suggested, it makes sense in terms of why don't we hear what information is requested, determine why the applicant objects to it, and then it will be up to your board to determine whether applicant needs to comply with what the assessor requested.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, so in Zoom chat, I've sent a link and a file depending on your method of preference for viewing the exhibits. The link will take you to a folder where you can, for the next several days, be able to download copies. I've also sent the file directly in Zoom chat. And so this is Assessor's Exhibit A, and I'll turn it over to the assessor to present. Let me know when you'd like to advance the pages.
Thank you, Brandon. Joe Phillips with the Ventura County Assessor's Office. Yeah, so I'll just do a brief overview of the subject. It's a assisted living facility owned by a company called Welltower. They're a REIT and publicly traded company. Brendan, I'll probably skip to page 3 of this document. Yeah. So this is our 441D request. Just a quick background. On November 5th, we received a management agreement, which basically outlined the structure of the how the ownership and everything works with the property, and that's when things kind of clicked and became clear for us. So you'll notice the date on this form was November 15th, 2021. That's our latest 441D that was sent to them. And I believe this represents kind of exactly the information that we need for this property. So I'll just start with the bullet points there. The first one is the profit and loss statement provided by the manager, Sunrise Senior Living Management, LLC, for 2017, 2018, 2019. These should be the financial statements that are reported to the tenant with no redactions. The reason why that is in there is we have received forms of the profit and loss statements, but we know that these have been edited by the agent. They have redacted certain information, and we determined that is unacceptable, and we'd like the the profit and loss statements provided by the manager without any redactions. So that's the first bullet point there. The second one, any and all appraisals, market evaluations, or other evaluations performed by the subject property 2016 to present. That's just kind of a overall broad category that we throw in there. If there are any appraisals out there, we'd like a copy of them. If not, that's fine. So we always kind of include that in our 441Ds. The next couple sections refer to the ownership and how it's, structured. And it wasn't really quite clear to us until we received the management agreement, where it lists the details of how this property basically works. So Welltower, the owner, leases the property to the master tenant. The master tenant then has a sublease to the tenant, and the tenant has an agreement with the manager, and the manager is the one that does the day-to-day operations and everything like that. So basically, that third bullet point there, the master lease between the owner and the master tenant, including any and all amendments, extensions, or other changes, followed by the sublease between the master tenant and the tenant, including any and all amendments, extensions, or other changes. So we feel this is a normal request that we do of all properties in commercial that are under leases. The agent has expressed to us that he feels he should not provide that because they are between related parties, and therefore they are not market leases and have no bearing on our valuation. But we do feel we reserve the right to take a look at those and determine for ourselves if those are market leases or not. So that's the assessor's position on that. Documentation showing the amount of rent paid for the master tenant and to the owner, followed by documentation showing amount of rent paid to the tenant, to the master tenant. These are basically, if the lease isn't a set amount per month, if it's a percentage per month, then we kind of want to see what are they paying in these rents, and determine, is that market, is that not, to properly come up with a proper valuation for the property. This next category, so the subject property is owned by Welltower. Like I said, it's a REIT, so therefore they have to file 10K annual reports with the SEC. We took a look at that report, and in it does list a lot of triple net leased properties that are similar to the subject property in California. And so this next section kind of addresses those that we are asking for copies of those leases, those triple net leases that are in California, because we do feel that is market comparable leases that we would like to take a look at and determine, to help come up with what's a normal market triple net lease for a assisted living center such as the subject property. So that's our justification for asking for those leases. And then some other ones, these are kind of like broad category ones that we just want to make sure we cover our steps and get all the information we need. So supporting market evidence for market rent, market vacancy, market expenses used in your income evaluation. They did provide an income valuation. I believe it was mostly based on the actual subjects' expenses and that sort of thing. but we're requesting any, if all, or all market data that would support their valuation. Records that describe the condition of the property, that's kind of a catch-all category. If there's any condition issues with the property that they see that we don't know about, we'd like to see any records of that. And then finally, the last catch-all is any and all other data related to the value of the subject property. That's just if there's something we don't know about that they want us to know about, you know, they can provide that. So that's basically, you know, a summary of the information we asked for. I did want to kind of go back to the first bullet, the profit and loss statements. The reason we know that it is edited, and the next pages are all the emails. I wanted to be transparent with the board and show you our entire email conversation. But Brendan, if you can skip down to page 28 of the document.
Yeah, and just let me know when to stop since this doesn't have page numbers on it.
Okay, yeah.
Is it an email for like a particular date?
Yeah, so the top of it says it's 8/26/21. I'm sorry, it looks like page 28 of the document. I don't know if you can see it. It'd be highlighted a little bit further.
Am I going? What email page is it at the bottom? Do you know?
It says 3.
Oh, 3. This one?
No, it would be highlighted. Are you unable to see the?
They don't give the unless you add the page numbers. Here, I can minimize it. Let's see. What PDF page is it?
So it's PDF page 28.
There we go. And I'll go back to, yeah, when I'm full screen, I can't see the page numbers unless you guys manually add them. There we go.
I see. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, so if you see there, the highlighted section, this is a response from Mr. Tobias. He had stated, I abbreviated the income statement because it is originally over 500 line items long. I can provide the full version except for related party investment costs such as inter-party lease agreement, but as detailed to the degree that is not helpful. So we know that the profit and loss statements that we have received are edited and do not contain all the information that we would require. So that's it. I put all the emails in there just for transparency, and if the board feels it necessary to read that while they're deliberating, that's fine. So that'd be it for that document. And I will transition over to my second document. So it's Brendan, it should be my second document, the annotation.
Yes, I've just submitted
Oh,
Exhibit B for everybody. You should be able to see that now.
Yeah, there it is. And if you just scroll to the second page, I have some highlighted sections that I think are pertinent to why we're asking for this information. So starting with that highlight there, it says this process involves discovery, which may include exchanges of information between the assessee and the assessor. These exchanges of information were intended by the legislature to promote fair and effective equalization process and to take the game and element surprise out of proceedings. While taxpayers have a recognizable privacy interest in his or her records, the court has determined that this interest must be weighed against the assessor's need to obtain information in order to fulfill his or her constitutional and statutory duty to properly assess property at its full taxable value. When weighing the taxpayer's privacy interests against the assessor's interest in reviewing taxpayer records, an assessor need demonstrate the demand is not too indefinite, the information sought is reasonably relevant, the action is not taken to seek collateral advantage, and the action is subject to court review. So long as the assessor's request meets these tests, the assessor has the right to demand information. We believe we meet all those tests. We think we're being very specific with what we need. The information is reasonable. We're looking to determine what is the market value for a senior living facility. We believe the information we're requesting will help us determine that, and we know the owner has access to that information, specifically other triple net leases in California, and the action is not taken to seek collateral advantage and is subject to court review. So we believe our request meets that criteria. Section 441D permits the assessor to request information from the assessee in addition to the property submitted, and provides in part at any time as required by the assessor for assessment purposes. Every person shall make available for examination information or records regarding his or her property or any other personal property located on premises he or she owns or controls. In this connection, details of property acquisition transactions, construction and development costs, rental income, and other data relevant to the determination of an estimate of value are to be considered as information essential to the proper discharge of the assessor's duties. So we feel everything we've asked for fits in there. We feel this is relevant information about the subject property. And, most, if not all of the information we're requesting, I would say is typical for commercial properties in general. The only thing that would be slightly different is requesting the triple net lease of the other properties they own. A lot of other commercial properties don't really operate similar to the subject property, but we view that as market lease comparables, and we feel Section 441D is very clear about sharing market comparable data with the assessor. So that brings me, I believe, to the next section of this document. In finding the legislative history devoid of any evidence of the interrelations between sections 441 and 1606, the court cited to the precedent that Section 441D is a broad grant of power to the assessor to demand information. The courts concluded that in the absence of any evidence of a legislative intent to preclude the exercise of that power when preparing for assessment appeals hearings, and given the clear indication to the contrary in subdivision H of Section 441, after a taxpayer has applied for a reduction in its assessment, assessors may prepare for the hearing on that assessment appeal by demanding information from the taxpayer pursuant to subdivision D of Section 441D. And then furthermore, the last highlight there. Furthermore, we believe that the phrase information or records regarding his or her property found in Section 441D cannot be read to exclude comparable sales. If that were the case, there would be no way to read Rule 10's requirement to disclose comparable sales as consistent with that phrase. In other words, in our view, the court implicitly read the phrase information or records regarding his or her property found in Section 441D to encompass sales data of property comparable to the subject property. So that specifically says sales comparables, but we feel that that also would include lease comparables as well, because I believe the intent there is basically market data, or at least that's how the assessor feels about that. So with that, I believe that concludes our overview of the 441D, why we're requesting the information, and why we feel this information is pertinent and necessary in order to complete our review of this property. So I guess I'll turn it over to the board.
Okay, does the board have any questions of the assessor's presentation or information? No, okay. To the applicant, I guess it's your opportunity to explain to the board why you feel that you should not be required to provide the information the assessor's office requested.
Yeah, so.
And before we get into that, do you want me to give your exhibits to the board now? And would you like them to receive all 15 documents now, or just a few? I just want to make sure I don't prematurely.
Yeah, go ahead and hand them all out.
All right, I'll go ahead and do that right now. Thank you.
Are you going to list the handouts as
and Exhibit 1 has a table of contents at the end that goes over in detail what we're providing. And so I'm mostly going to be presenting from Exhibit 1, but you'll want to refer to the numerous exhibits as I go along.
All right, go ahead. And what page would you like me to start at?
You can just leave it right here for right now.
All right, thank you.
So the assessor's requests and synopsis leaves out a lot of detail as to what's already been provided, a lot of context, including context in the form of information they've used in the past for similar appeals. We've done a 408 inspection of their files, so we know what they've used in the past and what they've needed in the past to perform their duties. And I think the main issue here is what the assessor is entitled to. And there's while we agree that their powers are broad, they do have their limitations. I think we'd all agree that they don't have access or the rights to our firstborn's dental records. So somewhere in between there's a line drawn, and it's our position that they've stepped over that line and in certain circumstances violated a number of statutes in their request that we'd like to go over. So I'd like to go over just a brief history. It's all written in Exhibit 1, so I'll try to summarize the history. And then I've got my issues as to why we are disagreeing with the assessor's requests and why we believe we've already fulfilled our duties and provided more than enough information than they've used in the past to perform their duties. Yeah, and some of those items were actually already in the records before they made the request. So on August 19th, we provided the 2019 and 2020 net operating detail, as well as our Rule 8. That's an income approach, our Rule 8 adjustments, and that's Exhibit 2. Brendan, if you want to provide Exhibit 2 and just slowly scroll through it just to see what we've provided there. And those are financials that Sunrise Senior Living provided to Welltower that we used for our valuation. And I can address the issue of redactions at the end if you'd like, because there's a difference between, and I've asked the assessor's office specifically what line items they think they're missing, but I believe I have an idea that the line items they're discussing are line items that are not allowed under property tax rules. So I can review that further in a moment. And with that submission, I also provided the 2018 and 2020 capital expenditure reports because Rule 8 requires actually that an income approach deducts for reasonable capital expenditures. On August 28th, we then provided the assessor's office with the 2017 and 2018 net operating statements. Those were in summary format because usually most people we work with don't want to see 500 or so line items. The summary is sufficient. Mr. Phillips asked for the expanded version later that day, and I provided it the same day, and that's attached Exhibit. Oh, hold on, sorry. Exhibit 3 is actually the submission of the 2017 and 2018 financials or net operating income that we provided. Brendan, if you could scroll through Exhibit 3, it just shows the 2017 and 2018 net operating statements that we provided. Then on August 26th, Mr. Phillips asked for the expanded version. We provided it that same day, and that's attachment Exhibit 4. And Exhibit 4 goes over, so there's a lot of documents here, and this is important for later on. If you could scroll through, Brendan, just to show the number of pages and line items of detail that we provided on those financial statements. We provided the detail for 2017, 2018, and I believe 2019 as well. That same day on August 26th, Mr. Phillips asked for a detail of Sunrise Senior Living lease agreement with Welltower, as well as the lease payment from Sunrise Senior Living to Welltower. And at that point, we had to describe the relationship of the entities. Unfortunately, Mr. Phillips' summary of the relationship based on the management agreement is outdated. We provided an org chart on August 26th, I believe, that goes over that issue. And so at that point, we explained that the lease agreement was between related parties and therefore didn't constitute an arm's length transaction as required by the assessor's handbook and the R&T codes for determining a fair market value. We provided the assessor's office with the lessee's name, which is Welltower Opco Group, and the lessor's name, Welltower Propco Group. So essentially, Welltower leases the property from itself using two different subsidiaries. The assessor, and attachment 5 shows the email where I sent the org chart to Mr. Phillips, as well as an explanation of the relationship between the lessee and lessor. The entities listed on the management agreement are outdated since then. All of those entities have either been merged into Welltower Propco Group or Welltower Opco Group. So while at the time, I believe the management agreement was in 2013, it may have been a market transaction then, but after Welltower's assumption of those entities and mergers into Welltower, the agreement became a moot point because it became the lease agreement became between related entities and constituted an intercompany transfer of funds. So at that point, the assessor continued to claim that our income statements were missing information. When we asked them what was missing, they didn't give us a response. They said that they wanted to send us a new adjusted, amended request for information. On August 26th, Mr. Phillips changed his request for the financials to encompass, quote unquote, the official profit and loss statement that Welltower provides to its investors. And as we explained to him, Welltower is publicly traded, so we provided the 2019 annual report issued by Welltower to its investors, which has non-site specific information on it, considering the number of properties Welltower owns across the country, as well as summary financials in the order of maybe less than 20 line items. So the financials that he requested, the official consolidated financials that he requested from Welltower's accountants that are provided to the investors provided less information than we had already given him. And if you could open up attachment exhibit 6, please, Brendan. At that point on August 27th, we received the assessor's amended request. And if you could scroll down to the next page. And next page. And then this is where the assessor amended their request to include properties, any property that Welltower owns. And if you could scroll down one more page, Brendan, the assessor included requests for property information for properties in Colorado, South Carolina, Utah. Those are all properties that the taxpayer doesn't own, but that was in the request. They later admitted that that was a mistake and that was subsequently revised and taken out. But nevertheless, this was requested of us. And at the same time, we also found out that the assessor's office had requested the California Franchise Tax Board income tax returns from Welltower Propco Group LLC, as well as Sunrise Senior Living LLC. If you're familiar with income tax, LLCs are disregarded entities. So to this date, I'm not sure what information they could have gleaned from that, let alone the requests for income tax returns from Sunrise Senior Living. They don't own the property, they don't rent the property, yet the assessor wanted their income statements. I'm not sure what information that would provide. On a consolidated basis too, because Sunrise Senior Living doesn't just manage these properties. So it was actually their information across California. And California returns only lists the revenues for LLC fee purposes, no other detail. Hold on. So our office responded to that request on September 29th, and that's Exhibit 8. we had that response had to explain that a lot of the information they had requested didn't exist or was incoherent at times, considering the names used, especially after the organizational chart that was provided previously. After that response was received by the assessor's office, they subsequently continued to ask for the same information, even though we had responded with explanations several times. They asked a few more times for the lease payment from Sunrise to Welltower, even though we had explained on multiple occasions, Sunrise doesn't rent the property, they manage the property. They actually receive a payment, they don't make a payment to Welltower. So we received a further revised information request on October 12th, that's Exhibit 9. And we responded on November 3rd, that is Exhibit 10. And in this response, we were able to provide Welltower's management agreement with Sunrise Senior Living. The 2019 rent roll, which shows the rents that Welltower receives per room. It's the same information that's consolidated into the net operating statement. We also had to reference our previous responses because a lot of the requests were redundant. And then in that request, the county misrepresented Sunrise Senior Living's entity relationship by saying that it is also known as Welltower Opco Group LLC. That was contrary to the org chart we had already sent them. So that request was not exactly coherent from our point because Sunrise Senior Living is not related to Welltower Opco Group, nor can we provide any information on rents paid from Sunrise to Welltower because that transaction doesn't occur. They also omitted their requests for information from outside of the state. After we had told them they don't own those properties. On October 19th, our office submitted a California Revenue and Taxation Code Section 408 request to view the assessor's file. And in the assessor's response, we were provided some of the Prop 8 reviews that were performed by the assessor's office. And in that response that we got from the assessor's office, which Mr. Phillips confirmed was a complete copy of their file, no lease payments were mentioned on a master lease basis. No lease agreements were in there, and it included the 2018 and 2019 financial statements that they were demanding from us. So they had the 2019 and 2018 financial statements in their files before they requested it from us. And despite Mr. Phillips' claim that the assessor's office assesses these properties based on master triple net leases, there was no evidence in the assessor's records showing that that's how the property had been assessed in prior years. Every income approach performed for the subject property prior to this point was based on the net operating income using room revenues, which is the exact same information we've provided to them, in the addition of hundreds of extra line items of detail that they didn't request or didn't need in the prior year appeals, excuse me. On November 17th, we received another revised version of their request for information in which they changed the terminology, asking for the lease payments, and now they use the outdated entities listed on the management agreement from 2013. Again, ignoring the organizational chart that we previously sent them. While those agreements exist, all the entities were merged into Welltower entities with the effect that the agreement became an agreement with Welltower by Welltower. And that's an issue that we can go over in a moment, but the important point is that the assessor's handbook requires for fair market value analysis arm's length transactions. Once those acquisitions occurred and mergers occurred, the lease agreement between Welltower and by Welltower was no longer an arm's length transaction. Now, if the assessor is demanding these at this point, if these were material to a property tax appraisal. Generally, they're not, because that would allow taxpayers to just simply create LLC entities amongst themselves and rent them out to each other for nominal amounts, for $1, and or sell properties between related LLCs for nominal amounts. When those transactions occur, assessors' offices across the state ignore such transactions. So it is not, the assessor claims that these are ordinary requests, but they left out the fact that these are inter-party transfers of money. The equivalent would be, if you have two bank accounts and you transfer money between two bank accounts, you don't have any more money if you just keep transferring money between two related bank accounts. You just are creating a lot of paperwork. The assessor's approach is assuming that those transfers in between accounts is comparable to economic transactions, and they're not. And the fact that they're consolidated under the same parent company, even if the transaction was for $1 billion between those related entities, at the consolidation of the parent company, the net effect is zero. The parent company receives no money, no extra wealth, no extra economic gain. And apparently the assessor would like to value the property based on this transaction. So we believe the issues at hand are regarding the main issues on the list are regarding the inter-party non-arm's length transactions that the assessor has been requesting. The triple net leases for properties that the assessor is requesting outside of Ventura County, claiming that they have the right to information from properties anywhere in the country. If you own it and you're subject to Ventura County taxes, they are making the claim that they have the right to information from any property anywhere in the country. The assessor claims that the preferable valuation method is a triple net master lease. Actual or assumed. Previous discussions with Mr. Phillips has stated that it doesn't matter whether the transaction is market or not, they get to assume that there's one. They've also made the claim that even though that the subject property is a licensed assisted living facility, they don't have to value it as such. I'm not sure what type of business they would like to value it as, but it's currently licensed as an assisted living facility. And it currently has no other approved use. It's not a commercial lease. You don't just have commercial tenants coming and going like a commercial office building. Their valuation approach is treating it as such, and it's not accurate. So the assessor's request, our first point to contend their request, and I'm now on. Hold on. I'll move along. Our first point is that the assessor's request for details of intercompany transactions is inappropriate and not reasonably relevant for property tax appraisal purposes. As I described earlier, the lease agreement is between two related entities that are fully owned by Welltower Inc. As such, the property was never advertised for lease in the open market. There's no open market negotiation of the lease amount because it's with themselves. Being that the lease agreement is not arm's length and open market, it doesn't constitute what 441D describes as, quote, data relevant to the determination of an estimate of value, unquote. In the State Board of Equalization's Assessor's Handbook 501, basic appraisal is made very clear that what constitutes fair market value and open market transactions requires the necessity of an arm's length transaction with open market conditions. And the Assessor's Handbook Exhibit 501 is Exhibit 11, Brendan, if you want to open up to Exhibit 11. And that describes, go to Exhibit 11. If you go to the third page of Exhibit 11, it describes, conditions for open market transactions. And the beginning of this section is called the fair market value standards, which is what we're trying to be looking for here. It states that Open market conditions are covered by a number of definitions. The amount of property is similar to, let me see how I say this, impacts important aspects of the relationship between fair market value and open market conditions covered in the above definitions are, and it lists the amount the property would bring in cash or its equivalent. Well, we wouldn't know what amount of rent would be brought to this transaction because it's between Welltower with Welltower. So it doesn't meet that criteria. The second bullet is exposure on an open market for a sufficient amount of time. They're not negotiating their rent on an open market transaction. It's transferred between one entity of their own and another entity of their own. So it doesn't meet that criteria. And by the way, it states that all of these criteria should be met for the condition of an open market transaction to determine fair market value. So far we don't pass 2 out of the 5 of them. The third item, neither the buyer nor the seller are able to take advantage of the exigencies of the other. Well, there is no buyer or seller, lessee or lessor in an open market transaction perspective because it's with themselves. There's not an open market negotiation. The fourth item, both parties seeking to maximize their gains. There aren't both parties. Welltower is leasing it from themselves. Both buyer and seller having full knowledge of the property and acting prudently. That doesn't exist either because there aren't both buyer and seller, lessee or lessor, and open market standard because Welltower is leasing it from itself. Again, so all 5 points that the assessor's handbook goes over for an open market condition are not met in this instance. Revenue and Taxation Code Section 110A further discusses the requirement of fair market value. And so far, none of the state's requirements for determining a fair market value or open market transaction are met by Welltower's inter-party lease agreement, which coincides with the rest of the state's treatment of related party transactions, in that in every related party transaction we've seen, it's ignored because it's not open market. It opens the possibility of taxpayers taking advantage of the assessor's office by making trades amongst themselves at values below market. Therefore, the use of such information could not possibly result in an accurate determination of fair market value. And it's not covered by the 441D request that the assessor's office has sent us. And we believe that should be sufficient information to deem the lease agreement irrelevant under these circumstances.
And I'd like to make this Dan Tobias, the senior of the two in age. On a consolidated basis, when you have a due to, due from, one of them recognizes the income and the other one recognizes the expense. And when it gets consolidated, it zeroes out. There's no impact on a consolidated return. Now, I know that they asked for the 10K and they're looking at it from the Security Exchange Commission. I'd be very curious to see how they were able to apportion or allocate any of the activity off that 10K to Ventura. Frankly, I'd be very curious to see how anyone could allocate it to California because there's so many transactions within that 10K that unless you had the outside auditor's work papers for the tax return, you couldn't tell on that consolidated basis how the due tos and due froms were being netted, but they're netted.
And so with that being said, the assessor's office so far has claimed that they have the right to see the lease agreement anyway, in order to see if there's any relevant data. And we believe that's inappropriate. It's an inappropriate disclosure of information that Welltower otherwise isn't required to do under the revenue and taxation codes. And they're not necessarily keen on just providing information if the assessor's office is merely attempting to see if information is relevant, also considering the circumstances that they have not been able to explain away. For example, inter-party lease transactions. The assessor's authority to request information while broad isn't without its limitations. And luckily, the attachment that they gave actually provided, I provided to them in a past response. And let me go over it here. So I'm referring to the State Board of Equalization memo written by Amanda Jacobs. That's Exhibit 12, Brendan. She was with tax counselor for the Tax and Fee Programs Division. And in her opinion, she cites Roberts versus Gulf Oil Corp., which establishes the criteria to determine whether an assessor had the right to demand information. And so the criteria states that the demand is not too indefinite. Well, we've already seen that they've requested information out of state that the taxpayer doesn't own. They've told us that they'd like to see this inter-party lease agreement to see if there's something relevant. Number two, the information sought is reasonably relevant. There's been no circumstance where we've seen inter-party transactions relevant for a fair market value analysis. They haven't been able to explain that away other than that they get the right to assume that it is a market transaction. Not sure that happens or how that happens. The action is not taken to seek some collateral damage. Just the mere intent of looking up this triple net lease agreement when we've already given them a couple hundred line items of net operating income. They've admitted that they want to value the property based on the triple net leases and ignore the net operating income, which is contrary to how they've assessed this property in the past. They've not valued this property on a master lease in the past. They valued it based on net operating income, which is what we've provided. And so this legal opinion written by Amanda Jacobs, she also emphasized again 441D that the assessor is only entitled to data relevant to the determination of an estimate of value. And an enterprise lease agreement is not relevant in any other circumstance. It's not relevant in this circumstance either. It's not reasonably relevant, and it's for good cause, because otherwise, if enterprise lease agreements were relevant, we could just have Welltower change the lease agreement to $1, and I assume the assessor's office wouldn't abide by that valuation approach that they say they want to use. More importantly, the lease agreements. So they also stated that they're asking for triple net lease agreements from outside of Ventura County. There's a few reasons why why we have issue with that request. He said that the triple net leases in those other counties are similar to the subject property. The subject property doesn't have a triple net lease agreement. It's an enterprise transfer of funds that has a zero economic impact to the parent company that owns the property. So those triple net leases in those other counties are nothing like what's happening here. Yeah, and that request also assumes that the assessor's office is also experts in all the other counties in California. We'd have to adjust the lease rates from it, for example, San Diego County to Ventura County, and then make additional adjustments for physical characteristics. And there's an adage on comparable sales: the more adjustments you need to make, the less comparable they are. And so I've got another example of the assessor's position that this transaction signifies some sort of fair market value is akin to the IRS designating bank account balance transfers between one individual's account, multiple accounts, as additional taxable income, when in fact the total balance among all the accounts is unchanged. We've seen that happen with some of our income tax clients, and eventually the IRS agrees balance transfers between related accounts is not additional income. It's not taxable income. It's not additional income. It's not economic income in any sort. Point 2, the assessor's request for information regarding properties outside of Ventura County are an inappropriate overreach, seeking information not reasonably relevant. Our other issue with this request is that it violates Revenue and Taxation Code Section 470. So while they state that it's a reasonable request that they've made before in the past, it violates the statutes. And let me just read here from Section 470 regarding business records. Business 470 business records, Section A, paragraph A. It says, upon request of an assessor, a person owning, claiming, possessing, or controlling property subject to local assessment shall make available at his or her principal place of business, principal location, or principal address in California, a true copy of business records relevant to the amount, cost, and value of all property that he or she owns, claims, possesses, or controls within the county. It says within the county. Not anywhere in the United States, not anywhere in California. It says within the county. So the request is inappropriate pursuant to 470. It specifically makes that limit for us. That's in the statute. That's not just our interpretation of the statute. It's right there in the statute. And now I'm down to point 3. The taxpayer, let me start off by saying that the assessor claimed that they needed this information to perform their duties. Well, the taxpayer is not impeding the assessor's valuation duties because the information they now need was not used in the past to value the subject property. And Brendan, if you could go to Exhibit 13. The assessor's office has never valued the subject property based on a triple net master ground lease, but rather gross room revenue, which is what we've provided. And on the rent roll. So we provided it on the operating statements and on the rent roll. So if you look there, well, it says gross rental income. If you go over to the 7,405,000, that's roughly equivalent to the taxpayer's gross revenues from the net operating statement. That is not a master lease payment. So that's from the 2020. If you could scroll down, Brendan, to the next page. This is 2020, here's 2019. Again, same number, 7,405,000 for net operating income, gross revenues is used. That's for 2019, 2020. Property was not valued based on a master triple net lease. It even includes items here that we will take issue with in the future related to operating expenses. Again, not related to a triple net master lease. And on the side here, on the far right side, it says that those are based on actuals. We will show in the future that they differ a little bit from our actual financial statements. But again, they're using the net operating statement in the past, not a triple net master lease for the ground. So the property's always been valued based on net operating income. And to that end, our office has in fact provided more detail to the net operating income than they've used in the past. In the order of hundreds of line items. And Brendan, if you could open up Exhibit 14. And this is just a comparison of what we've provided so far. And Exhibit 14 is a copy of what the assessor had in their file from the prior year. If you could scroll down, they had 2 pages for 2018. If you could scroll down again, and one more time. Okay, there's 2019 financials. So if you scroll down one more page. Brendan, if you could scroll down one, there we go. So they had 2 pages for 2018 and 2 pages for 2019 net operating income. We've provided a couple hundred line items so far and 6 or 7 pages of financials for this subject properties appeal. Again, 2 or 3 times more data than they used in the past for the 2019 appeal. If you want to compare what we've provided, you can look at Exhibit 4. Can you open up Exhibit 4 again, Brendan? Brendan?
This is what I have marked as 4. Is that not what you're expecting?
No.
Oh, sorry. I just need to go to sorry, it left off
Okay.
where we were. There we
Okay.
go. I didn't know we were on the last page. There we go.
No problem. So if you could just slowly scroll through the pages on here. This is Exhibit 4, what we've provided the assessor's office. All those line items. Keep going down, Brendan. We didn't create those line items. Those were provided to us by Welltower from Sunrise. Keep going. That was previous page is 2017. Here's 2018. If you can just slowly keep scrolling through, and we'll eventually get to 2019 numbers. Again, none of this detail was used in the past. We've provided it. So the assessor's office is claiming that we haven't provided information. We provided more information than used in the past and needed in the past to perform the duties. Yes, and that's just an extended version of the income approach that we used. Again, there wasn't need for us to include the detail on our income approach. The summary works just as well. It's the same net operating income, but Mr. Phillips wanted the detail. We provided the detail for the net operating income. And if you could scroll back to Exhibit 14, Brendan. And scroll up one more page and then down one. Those 2 pages is what the assessor's office used in the past to perform their duties versus the 18 pages we've provided so far. Okay. Yeah. And then I mentioned before the 2018 and 2019 financials were already in the assessor's file before they made the request in summary version. That's why we know what they used in the past for the prior appeal versus what we've provided to date. And we can see in the order magnitudes of 2 or 3 times more information has been provided in this current case. I'm on to my 4th point, the Assessment Appeals Board. Okay. We just want to refer we also take issue with the premise that we can't move forward with the evidentiary hearing unless this information is provided, because that's not a stipulation in Revenue and Taxation Code 441. If you look at Revenue and Taxation Code 441H, it specifically spells out what the repercussions are for a quote unquote non-compliant taxpayer. And it states, if a taxpayer fails to provide information to the assessor pursuant to subdivision D and introduces any requested materials or information at any assessment appeals board hearing, the assessor may request and shall be granted a continuation for a reasonable period of time. That's what 441 says, are the repercussions of the taxpayer not providing any information that the assessor's office requests. In light of our issues with the appropriateness of the request, you should also consider how much information we've already provided. So we feel that we should be able to move forward with the information we've provided to date and get an evidentiary hearing. Hold on a second. Yeah. We've also provided a report from the California Alliance of Taxpayer Advocates that was written to Diane Harkey, the chair of the State Board of Equalization. In that regard, that addresses as well the repercussions of a taxpayer not providing information that the assessor has requested, whether it's relevant or not. And it supports our position that the only repercussion is that the assessor can be granted a continuation if we end up providing information at hearing that they previously requested that we did not provide. And I've told Mr. Phillips that we have no intentions of presenting a evaluation approach on an inter-party lease agreement because, first of all, no open market participant would have access to such an agreement. And second, that's not how people would look at the property. As the assessor's prior assessment appeals would concur, the property is usually valued based on net operating income, and that's what we've provided. Yeah. So I just have a conclusion, I'm ready for any questions or comments. But in conclusion, the assessor's multiple requests for details of intercompany lease agreements is inappropriate based on the abundance of statutory and Board of Equalization guidance that such transactions show no characteristics of an open market transaction, which is a requirement for determining fair market value for property tax purposes. And while the assessor is granted significant leeway, and we agree that they are, in requesting information from taxpayers, their requests are not without limitations. The assessor may not demand irrelevant information just for the mere task of seeing if it's relevant. The assessor may only demand relevant information, and an intercompany lease agreement does not fit that criteria. Furthermore, the assessor is limited to requesting information for properties within their county based on Section 407, The county demand for triple net lease agreements and documents pertaining to properties outside of Ventura County is appropriate and contrary to the statutes and limitations set forth by the California State Legislature. This information isn't even reasonably relevant to the subject facility, as the subject property is not under a triple net lease agreement. So even if they had it, it's not comparable because no such transaction occurs at the subject property. And based on the assessor's own record, the subject property has never been valued based on a master triple net lease that they're currently trying to attempt. And based on the revenue taxation codes 441H and 407, we don't feel that that the taxpayer is obligated to provide any information that the assessor's office requests, especially if it's irrelevant, in order to move forward with an evidentiary hearing. So it is also clear that the assessor has been able to perform its assessment duties in the past, including prior assessment appeals, without the disputed information they're now requesting and stating it's vital to their responsibilities. The taxpayer's refusal to provide such information is not impeding their duties. We provided sufficient information to date. With that being said, Welltower is willing to meet in the middle and provide the master lease agreement for the subject property, as well as the rental. The line item says rent, but it's not a rent. It's a intercompany transfer of money for the subject property. But Welltower is not willing to provide information that violates 407, and they're not willing to provide information that's not subject to this property, including properties that are outside of Ventura County and properties that aren't under appeal right now. That concludes our case.
Okay, thank you. Does the board have any questions of the applicant's presentation or information presented?
I have none.
Okay, Ms. Ferris, is that a no? Okay. I think that the board is probably going to go behind closed doors and deliberate on this and the first case. And we'll inform Brandon of both the decisions on both of those fronts at the end of our session, which should be by the end of today. Yes.
It's up to you, Mr. Chair, but does the assessor have the opportunity to maybe rebuttal or discuss some of the items he brought up and hopefully clarify?
I guess I should defer to a legal counsel or Brendan on this because it wasn't your typical scenario where you present evidence to be questioned. It was, and there's no closing statements.
Right.
I'm not sure how far we're going to let questions just go back and forth. When you both presented your own evidence, and it's for us to make a decision on. But are there any opinions from the board or council?
I think that depends on whether your board feels like it has all the information that it needs as to whether the information that the assessor requested is relevant to the determination of an estimate of value. And so if the board needs more information from either party, from either the assessor or from the applicant, we should definitely try to get that information now before we go into closed session, to make sure that when you're going to closed session, we're just evaluating, which of the requests should be complied with, which ones shouldn't. So it just depends on how much more information your board thinks it needs.
Okay. Does the board think they have enough information? Do we want to allow some more questions to fill in some gaps for us? What do we think?
I'd like to hear from the assessor's office regarding the prior years, and that the applicants said that they're asking for more information than was used on the prior years.
Okay.
The assessor.
We broke up a little bit.
If the assessor could just answer, that question for me.
Sure. Yeah, I can address that. So I guess our response to that would be, prior years don't have an effect on how we decide to appraise the property for the current year under question. Basically, the for the prior years, I believe they were. I wasn't the appraiser. I'm not sure what their methodology was, why they arrived at their methodology, but when it comes to the information provided, a lot of times we rely on the agents in question to be forthcoming with the information, and I believe it is likely that the appraiser, upon receiving the statements that they received, they believe that was the correct statements with no redactions. That's I guess I'm kind of guessing, but I believe that would probably be the case. I showed you in the email this agent admitted to redacting information, which is we don't consider that acceptable for the assessor. Also, the methodology. So, in the income approach, there's various methods to various income approaches that can be used to value a property. One is, what we've done in the past, which is using the operational income and subtracting operational expenses from that. But far and wide in most commercial properties, leases are used, triple net, full service gross, that sort of thing. And our office has, in recent year, been able to acquire some triple net lease data for senior living facilities. And in the past, we didn't have that kind of information. Now we do. So we kind of have two different methods that we can use to evaluate the income for the property. So I know, in the past we used one method, but we're trying to get all the information. Like I said, this is just a request for information. We haven't even settled on how we want to value the property. We're requesting the lease information, and I believe in his conclusion, he stated that he's willing to provide that information, which would be great. And we want to see it and evaluate, is that market? I believe he stated we're going to assume it's market. Well, no, we have to evaluate if it's market. He used an example of LLCs can just do $1 and then the assessor accepts that. Well, no, we would take any lease from any property and determine, is that a market lease or not? That's all we simply want to do with this case. And like I said, so the assessor, there's multiple ways to appraise a property for the income approach. You can use rental data or you can use operational data. The Board of Equalization clearly submits that using rental data is the preferred method. And the assessor's office has some rental data for assisted living facilities. Now, that's usually hard to come by, and we were able to do some research and find that in recent years. And we, each assisted living facility in Ventura County is being evaluated if, should we evaluate it on rental? Should we evaluate it on how we've been doing in operational? It comes down to appraiser judgment. But right now, we're just trying to get the information and determine what's most appropriate for this subject property. We haven't made a decision on which way to go because we don't have all the information. Like I said, the only information we've received that we feel is acceptable is the agreement, the manager's agreement. So I guess that would be basically my response to, what we've done in the past versus what we're trying to do today. We're just trying to collect the information, what we feel is relevant information as to, determining a market value for the property. So, it's in all likelihood, they can provide the lease. And if it's some random ridiculous number, then obviously we're not going to use it as a market lease, and we may not even use that approach. But we need to see the information and make our own determination. This kind of information, if this was outside property taxes, a bank appraisal or fee appraisal, this would be common information provided to any normal outside appraisal. So we feel that this is common and ordinary or should be common and ordinary for the assessor as well. So hopefully I've addressed all your questions. I don't know if
Yeah, if I could clarify a couple of the items he brought up, that'd be great. He mentioned that, I just want to clarify, the net operating statements that we've given him are not redacted. He's been provided all the detail of the net operating income. Some of the items he's requesting are separately computed and are not allowable expenses under Rule 8. If we want to talk about allowing investment-related expenses to be allowed under Rule 8, it's a catch-22 because they're not. That opens the door to allowing depreciation, amortization, and interest expenses as part of an income approach, which is specifically rejected under Rule 8. So the items he's looking for, like an inter-party lease agreement, is not part of the net operating income. So that's why it's not included in the net operating detail we've provided to him. Secondly, I think I just heard him state that he already has triple net lease comps within Ventura County that he could use to compare the property. I frankly don't care how he received those, but I don't think violating statutes to request information from this taxpayer to provide data from properties outside of Ventura County is appropriate, considering he's just admitted he already has triple net lease comps. And thirdly, we still have, he states that he'd still like to see the lease agreement to see if there's any relevant information. But still, I think we'd be hard pressed to have any characteristics of an inter-party transfer of money having any characteristics of an open market transaction. There's nothing about it that's market. I mean, it's with Welltower by Welltower. So again, I mean, they're related parties. So in preparing for this, I've asked Welltower what they'd like to do, and they said they're willing to meet in the middle, not provide information outside of Ventura County that's not subject to this appeal, and they're willing to provide the lease agreement for the subject property, considering all the facts we've provided regarding the fact that all the transactions that take place between the two parties are not markets. We're willing to provide that master lease. Now, I must say that master lease they've redacted because it's a lease agreement between many different properties. And so they've redacted all the properties that aren't subject to this appeal, which still gives them the information for the lease agreement, I think. But unfortunately, it's an outdated lease agreement. The entities that signed it, however many years ago, no longer exists, as we've explained in our organizational chart. His latest request for the master tenant, owner, master subleases, none of those entities exist anymore. So while, yes, we can provide it, it's not going to be material information. It's just another unnecessary disclosure of Welltower's intercompany transactions. So there's no use for it. Welltower is willing to provide it for this particular property and provide the investment-related expense that is an inter-party transfer. But if that's what we're opening, then why not open the possibility that we can also deduct interest and depreciation? That's against the rules.
Okay, thank you. I do have one other question, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please.
To the applicant, is any of this information requested by the assessor considered trade secrets?
They consider it closely held information. They had to go through the legal department just to allow me to see the redacted version. So their first response was absolutely not. And so what I've gotten them to agree to was the settlement to for the assessor to drop their request for information from properties not subject to this not subject to this appeal, and provide the information just for this property. Which, even in that case, the expense on the agreement is not just for this property, it's for many other properties that they've redacted. So frankly, they do not wish to drag all of their other properties into a Ventura County appeal. That's, I would say, inappropriate. It's not something we've ever seen a county try to do before. We've had other cases in other counties for this particular lien date that has viewed the exact information we provided Mr. Phillips regarding the lease agreements, and they've backed off. Mr. Phillips has done the opposite and asked for income tax returns on disregarded entities instead.
And
unrelated to the owner or the lessor or lessee of the property.
Okay, thank you.
If I may, can I say just one more thing? Is that okay? Sorry, I'll make it brief. I'm going to admit there was quite a bit of confusion when it came to this property. When asking the agent for information or descriptions, it was very unclear. I would encourage the board to read through the entire emails if you can. There's a lot of confusion. In the beginning, the agents referred to Sunrise and Welltower as having a lease, and then all of a sudden they don't have a lease and all this other stuff. So we were very confused. We were trying to make sense of all of it. The manager's agreement is the first thing we received that seemed to make sense. Now, and the agent has just said that these agreements or the relationships in there no longer exist. But throughout the emails, you'll see he refers to there is some sort of lease, even though it's interrelated. There is some sort of current lease on the property. And we just want to know, what is that lease? Is that market? We want to kind of, see it, do our analysis and find out. The other thing I want to mention is a lot of times we have seen interrelated lease information. And a lot of times in those interrelated lease documents, they state that it's, under market terms, or they'll have the word market in there. So it's, even though it's interrelated, it's not outside the realm of possibility that it can be under market terms. Much like, a direct from seller sale. Someone buys a home, it's never listed on the open market. No one knows about it besides this buyer and seller. Sometimes those can be accepted as fair market value sales. Happens all the time in our office. Leases are no different. So I think that's probably all I'd want to say, and that I don't see me having to say anything else about it. Thank you.
Yeah, and let me clarify. So Mr. Phillips mentioned that example before, that there's off-market deals all the time, and we agree. The main difference in this situation is that those off-market deals he's referring to are between unrelated parties. This is not same circumstance.
Okay, thank you.
Here, Sisk.
Yes.
I would just like to clarify, if I could, before you go into closed session, from the assessor's office, can you just confirm for the board what is outstanding from your data request? Is that all covered on this page of the document here, or is there additional places that detail what's outstanding?
No, that should, all the bullet points there are what we feel are outstanding. Like I said, when I initially went over it, there may be some that there is no data, and they've actually answered some of those already, that there isn't anything, such as appraisals. They said there's nothing that they know about. Records describing condition of property, they've responded that they're unaware of any conditions, that sort of thing. So like I said, we've just been revising the 441D as we get more information and what we think is more clarity on how the property works. So this is, but basically most of those bullet points are what we feel we are still missing.
And Emily, were you going to say something?
Well, I was just going to follow up on the question, because I think that, so does that mean that you no longer need the second to last bullet point, records that describe the condition of the property, or that you no longer need any and all appraisals? Have those been resolved? I think is the question Brendan was asking. Are there any of these bullet points that have been resolved, and so you don't need the board to weigh in on those particular bullet points?
Oh yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, so I would say I think probably the second bullet point is likely resolved, and records that describe the condition of the property is likely resolved. but we included just in case any additional new information is provided that wasn't previously provided. That way we kind of cover everything, but I believe based on their responses, those two categories are resolved.
Thank you.
And unfortunately, there's going to be some disagreement on what has been resolved on those items or not. If you look at our presentation, we've provided the 2017, 2018, and 2019 net operating income to the amount of hundreds of line items. And some of those income statements he already had from the prior year to a more summary extent. So from our perspective, the only items that are outstanding are his requests for the master lease for the subject property, as well as for the master leases for properties all over California. And I think we've addressed that to say that we're willing to meet in the middle on that and provide the master lease for the subject property. We don't think it's going to provide him with the information he thinks it's going to, but we are willing to provide that information for the subject. Oh, also supporting market evidence for the market rent, market vacancy, and market expenses. It's the third from the bottom bullet point. Some of these we've already explained. That bullet doesn't really qualify for for our analysis. We've used actual income statements. We're not using market assumptions. We're using the actual expenses and revenues. For records that describe the condition of the property, we've referred him to the website that has pictures of all over the property. We've asked in our prior submissions what records he's referring to. We haven't received a response. I'm not sure what records he's referring to, but we figured that the pictures of the property from the website would suffice. And then any and all other data, we can't just run around for any and all our data. If they have a specific request, we can review it. But so far, I think he's been clear on the other items.
Thank you.
My only other question to this, since it sounds like the board does not plan to make an announcement in open session, if hypothetically the board were to order that the applicant provide all of the bulleted items here, except the ones that Mr. Phillips have indicated have been resolved, how long would it take the applicant to provide those to the assessor?
So unfortunately, the applicant is not willing to provide some of the information that they've requested for the reasons we've stated. Okay. They're not willing to. Yeah.
Can I rephrase? If the board were to subpoena that information, how long would it take the applicant to produce it?
I'd have to talk to Welltower's legal counsel.
Okay. So
if you subpoena directly to Welltower, you're talking about a large REIT. And during the holidays, I can't imagine you'd get anything in 3 or 4 months.
3 or 4 months? Okay. And so if this information was required by the board, you would request a subsequent hearing in summertime approximately?
Is that the soonest?
Well, that's why I'm trying to gauge, since we're not going to come back to discuss the setting of the hearing and so forth. So if the board determined nothing was relevant, would you be ready for hearing in 30 days?
Mr. Vlachos, am I saying that correctly, by the way?
Yes.
We'd like to, at our firm, try to get through April 15th tax season. So anything after April 15th, we are wide open to scheduling and calendaring our events, assuming we have no conflicts with other counties and other states that we are in. But we prefer after, why don't you give us after the 17th, a couple days to get some R&R, but after the 17th, we'd be wide open.
Can we make that May? Because I'm expecting a new child on April 20th.
I think we could probably talk out specific dates. I'm just anticipating the board coming back with a timeline and wanting to be able to, figure that out without having to bring everybody back. And so that's just why I'm asking these ballpark questions, so that I'm not becoming an intermediary between everybody after the board, that way the board's going in, making this decision, knowing how long it's going to approximately take.
Yeah.
So it sounds like
Well, just to be clear,
springtime.
so if it's acceptable for Welltower to only provide the information that they're willing to settle on, for example, the lease agreement for the subject property that redacts the other properties, as well as the, I guess, quote unquote, rental payment that they make to themselves, we can provide that within the next week. But the other information, it will hit a snag.
Okay, so within a week, if what you've agreed to, late spring, if the board decides more, and either way, you would prefer a hearing in late springtime. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Does the assessor want to give any input on the hearing date timeline?
Anytime is fine, as long as I think this is a little bit of a larger case, so maybe 60 days prior to whenever the schedule is, or whenever the scheduled hearing is, would probably be preferable.
Right.
Other than that, any date works for the assessor.
Thank you. Chair Sisk, I don't have any further questions. I think that should be able to assist us in the future scheduling efforts of this case.
Okay, I think now it's time for the board to convene behind closed doors and make our decisions. We'll let Brandon know when we're all done, and Brandon will inform you probably tomorrow.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yep.
You'll have a decision within a 24 or 48-hour period?
Yeah, we should have it by the end of today, so you'll be notified tomorrow.
Perfect.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Yep.
All right, board members, you have no further items of business today. If you'll stand by, we will use this meeting for closed session. Just give me a moment.
Okay, thanks.